All right, let's move on. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, my friends. I'm here with my buddy Roy, and we are on to Agile for Practitioners again. How you doing today, Roy?
I'm doing very well, Phil. And I hear that you're a little under the weather. I'm sorry to hear that, but hopefully I'll be able to take it for you for a little bit and you can save your voice just a touch anyway.
Thank you so much. And this is our final session for those folks who are just watching us on this session. Roy has over 30 years of IT experience. He's been in many different industries. And over the course of his career, he's participated as a developer, technical lead, architect, project lead, scrum master, product owner, the whole 9 yards. And that's why when I tell people, you might want to ask Roy to help you, I really mean it. Very patient, servant leader mindset. And I have seen this firsthand. Roy has trained firms that I've been training. So I come in and train the predictive piece, and then he comes in and the agile piece. I am just loving the agile piece, just sitting down, lapping it all up, looking at the games. In fact, it was after some of Roy's sessions, I said, my goodness, I need to make my classes more fun. What's wrong with me? And I started looking for activities to throw in. So Roy has been a great influence on my project management training as well. And that's my slide. And I've been doing this for a while as well. And we've trained some pretty large entity where we have been faced with resistance, but through Roy's expertise, we have been able to come away actually making a mark. And Roy, them asking for more, right?
I certainly hope so. Absolutely. It's really interesting, Phil, when you talk about resistance. It's really kind of the funny part is that this is just another tool in the toolbox. And we really shouldn't be looking at it as something that we should resist. It's just a different way of doing things. And sometimes it's the right tool, sometimes it's not. Make sure that we're choosing the right tool and make use of it appropriately.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, Roy, what we got for today? What are we looking at today?
All right, we're going to start talking about some of the more project-related things. We're going to start talking about delivering value incrementally. It's an interesting aspect, and it's not something that we typically do in more traditional approaches. Usually, not always, but usually it's a big bang approach. If you're lucky, you can do things in smaller projects, smaller increments. But in Agile, we kind of expect that. Now I want to throw one thing out there though. Just because in Agile we encourage delivering things in small increments doesn't mean it's the only way that you can do it. I've been on big bang Agile projects as well, and they can work quite well. However, the difference is that we're going to show things to our customers incrementally. May not necessarily wind up in their hands, from a production product, but certainly we want to show them the increments as they're evolving so that we can gain that feedback. Now, ideally, we actually want to deliver things, get them into their hands and get them into our customers' hands and out in production as quickly and early as possible so we get better feedback. And probably more important, I would say equally as important, we get incremental return, right? So it's not just waiting for that, that return at the end of a project. Perhaps we can get return along the way and take some of that money that we're getting from getting in their hands to perhaps invest in future phases of the project. And that's a huge benefit. It reduces risk, gets money in earlier. It's a huge benefit for the overall process and for the organization as well. And there are lots of ways that we can do this. There are tools that we can make use of. And when I'm talking about tools, we're talking about like facilitation tools that we use. We're very big on Post-it notes and whiteboards, and it's arts and crafts. It's kind of like a kindergarten class. We have pens, and Phil, you've done these enough yourself, right? You know exactly what we're talking about. It is not a green process in any way. We use lots of Post-it notes, lots of paper. And the idea with these tools is that while we need to track things electronically, we don't discourage that. Facilitation is often better when we're all together in a room around a whiteboard using Post-it notes, a little bit of chaos to create some creativity and innovation. And then we transcribe those things into something electronic after the conversations are done. So just talk about a couple of tools. And we'll talk about this one a little bit deeper further on in our session today. There's a tool that I like to make use of, a collaboration tool called user story mapping. Now, story mapping is something that was invented, or at least popularized, I believe invented by an agile coach named Jeff Patton. Brilliant work. Is a really good book that he wrote called User Story Mapping. Not necessarily the most creative title, but it's a very, very good book, where he talks about some techniques in how to map out work in smaller increments. So Phil, I noticed your video has frozen. I just want to confirm that you're still able to hear me.
I am. I popped out of the video frame because I wanted to.
Oh, so sorry. That's okay. Just wanted to make sure that it wasn't my side freezing. So thank you for doing that.
So did it take me out this time, or did it freeze again?
Now you're out. That's
good.
Good. Before it was just a picture of you froze, and I was getting a little worried.
In a time warp.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly. So story mapping is a way for us to look at the work that we need to deliver from a user's perspective, whenever we can anyway, from a user's perspective or a process perspective. Now, the idea behind this tool is to identify gaps, to identify the minimal set of functionality. Because I think we talked about it in one of our previous sessions. We talked about something called an MVP, which is the minimum viable product. What we want to look for is a way of delivering the smallest amount of functionality we possibly can, while achieving the best outcome that we can, which is happy customers. So again, think about it in a way that perhaps if I can deliver one thing that is really valuable for our customers, it's far better than delivering 10 things that deliver very little value. So we always try to focus on higher value with the least possible output. Now, one of the things that we can do, getting back to the delivering things incrementally, one of the things that we can do is, as we're identifying these MVPs, is to identify the smallest amount that we can get out there and see if there's an opportunity to actually deliver to our customers. That's our best case scenario. Get stuff in the hands of our customers so that they can actually use it and we can potentially get return. Now, we want to be careful of it too, because sometimes there may not be much of an appetite by our clients, our customers. Maybe they don't want those smaller increments. Maybe they'd rather have something a little bit larger. So you need to find that right mix of just enough product, just often enough, so we don't annoy our customers, but by the same token, we're getting some things into their hands quickly as possible. And that's kind of our goal, is to find that happy balance of just enough, just frequent enough, so that we can keep our customers happy, get that incremental feedback, and also perhaps get some incremental return. Now, one of the things that we also want to talk about is business value. We always are looking at the most valuable stuff. Now, business value is very subjective. It's subjective to the person that's receiving it or the person that's asking for it. And it can mean different things. It could mean that perhaps I'm able to go after some new markets. It could be, an opportunity enabler. It could be that I might have some regulatory or legal reason that I have to get stuff done right now. There's business value in that as well. So you get the idea. Business value is very subjective, and it can mean a bunch of different things. So we want to make sure that we are focusing on what value is, what it means to our customers, and try to get that to a point where we can deliver small chunks of it, so we're continually delivering value for our customers. Now, this is not a once and done effort. We're continuously evaluating what's valuable, because what's valuable might change as our market changes, or as our customers' needs change, or perhaps when we deliver something to our customers, they may decide that something else is more important to them. And we want to accept that. That's a good thing, because now we're focusing our efforts and our capacity on the things that are most important to our customers, rather than what was perhaps on our original plan. Now, that might make some people nervous that we're changing priorities throughout the project. We might even change scope throughout the project. But the good thing is that it's very managed, it's very controlled. This is not change chaos. We can use, and we'll talk about it a little bit later, we can use appropriate change control processes as lightweight as possible, so that we're not getting scope creep. But we also want to acknowledge anyway, that scope will change, requirements will change. So we're going to want to allow that change to happen as easily as possible, while still maintaining control, so that we don't go through scope chaos. That's not our goal in any way. All right, so another thing that we want to do is, we talked about the minimum viable product, and I'm kind of going through some of the tasks here that you're going to need as part of the practice guide. Minimum viable product, if you remember from one of our previous sessions, I think it was the last session actually, minimum viable product, again, is the smallest amount of functionality that you can get away with. Now, I want to caution that as well, because MVP does not necessarily mean functionality. A really good example, there's a book, I believe it's Lean Startup by Eric Ries, where he talked about what an MVP was in one situation. Basically in this situation, he was talking about one of those online food delivery services where you can set up a meal plan and they'll deliver it to your door. Very popular in the U.S. and other countries as well. So these in the early days of this, there was a company that wanted to do this, but they wanted to decide if this was actually a viable product, if this is something that is usable, something that people would actually pay for. Now, a couple of ways that you can do that. You could go off, you could go build the product, start launching it. You can do, test surveys. You can do, the usual kinds of things. Or you could take what this company decided to do. Literally what they did, the two owners of the company went to someone's house every day, asked them what they wanted for dinner, and delivered the food to them. So it was a way of testing if this was a viable product without actually building a single piece of the product itself. They were trying to validate if this service was something that people would pay for. So there are different ways of approaching it, and MVP can mean slightly different things. It gets overused quite often. And basically, the idea is to validate that this is the right product, that someone will make use out of it, and try to come up with creative ways of getting that done. It doesn't always have to be building something. It could be other ways of experimenting to see if it's useful or not. So some ways that we can support the team as project managers. One of the things that I like to do is something called a story writing workshop. And in these story writing workshops, one of the tools I like to use, as I mentioned earlier, is a user story map. Now I'm going to share my screen real fast here, and I'm going to draw what a story map typically looks like. And there are different ways, different approaches that you can do with this, but I'll show you the typical approach. All right, so drawing a little map here, a little grid. Essentially what we do is we define the process steps that the user will go through as they use the system. So step one could be perhaps log in, if this is a software case. Step could be, let's say that we're building, as an example, maybe an email application. This is something that we're all fairly familiar with. After we log into the email application, the next thing we might want to do is view received emails. So these are the steps that users generally take to use the product. Next one might be to read a specific email. Next one might be to respond. Next one might be to delete. You get the idea. So this is how a user would use the system generally. And of course, there are different workflows and different decision trees. We're not so worried about those. We're just generally worried about the basic steps that a user will take as they're using the system. Now, this is where you start. These are the steps across the top. Now, on the left-hand side, this axis, what we're going to do is we're going to put user stories. We're going to put the requirements based on either how frequently they're used or perhaps by the priority, the value of these things. I generally, when it's a user interface, I try to think more about the frequency of use, because if something is used more frequently, it probably means it's pretty important. So it's a good way of seeing what's the most frequently used things versus things that maybe not so much. So we'll come up with the various requirements. So maybe this one is to enter user ID and password. Maybe another one is to perhaps I don't know, show the login screen, things like that. So the basic ideas of what login would look like. The next one could be show the list of emails and other items, other requirements. This could be show paging options. This could be sorting options. So the various requirements that allow us to view the received emails. So you get the idea. These are the requirements that relate to the process step across the top. And you organize these with the most frequently used at the top and the less frequently used toward the bottom. Now, as you're fleshing this out, you might start noticing gaps where you might have missed some requirements. And that's really useful because you get this big visual map of what are all the requirements and the process steps that they apply to. Another thing you get to do is you get to draw a line. Now, this line represents the MVP. Everything above the line are things that you have deemed to be important enough that they have to be delivered because these are the things that make it a viable product. Without them, your customers won't like it. Your customers may not use it. So everything above the line is your MVP. Everything below might be your next MVP. And you can do multiple MVPs if you want to. You get the idea. Now, there are some other additions to this, like at the top, if this is a brand new application, you might draw a line across the very top, and this is called your walking skeleton. There you go. Now, the idea with this, with the walking skeleton, is that it's the basic framework that's necessary to even enable the application to exist. Now, the walking skeleton is not something that you would give to your users in production, but it could be something that you can show the user, show your customers, and have them respond to you saying, yeah, this is something useful, or maybe it's not that useful. Maybe it's not the way that we want to go. Yes, Brittany, so sorry, just saw your chat message. Yes, this is an example of a story map. So the walking skeleton is kind of the basic framework, kind of like a wireframe, the basic idea of what the application looks like. And then the idea is that you would then start hanging flesh on the skeleton. And so think about it. If you've ever watched a documentary on how an animation studio created it, like Disney or something, how they created a movie. They start out with literally a walking stick figure. So that's the walking skeleton. And then over time, they've added more and more flesh to that skeleton. The idea is that they get the basic idea of how the character is moving and interacting with its environment. So the basic concept of what that character is going to look like. And then they, over time, flesh it out and add more and more functionality to it. Well, we do the same thing. We create this walking skeleton, which is the very bare bones, basic framework that's necessary to make the application viable. And then we add additional requirements. So that's kind of the concept behind a user story map. The idea with this is that it helps us identify missing requirements. It helps us identify process flows from a user's perspective, and perhaps what our minimum viable product is. Now, something to keep in mind is that this tool it's basically a guideline. It helps you to identify the MVP, but it doesn't mean that it's the only way to do it. Lots of different ways, and we might decide that some of those things that we put lower on the list, maybe they actually are really important. Our customers can gain value out of it, so we might move those up. Okay, so this is just one example, a great tool. I love doing story mapping workshops. Really, really handy. When you get good at this, and you get everybody in the room, and it's sticky notes, and it's colored markers, and you're tearing sticky notes up. It's utter chaos, which creates a lot of creativity and innovation. People are thinking, and they're talking, and they're having fun. They're telling jokes with each other. And it's not just the business analyst. This is everyone who might have a say in what this product is going to look like. It could be, some customers might be in the room. It might be your project manager also, certainly welcome. Some analysts, some developers, some testers. Anyone that can gain benefit from being in the room is there together. And we're all talking about our different perspectives and coming up with really interesting ideas. Now, not all of these interesting ideas will make it to the movie, right? Well, not all of them will make it to your product. Some of them are going to wind up on the cutting room floor, and that's okay. The idea is to generate interesting ideas and get some feedback. See if these are really good things to do or not. All right, that's the basic concept. All right, any questions before we jump on to our next topic? Difference between sprint increment versus potentially ship a product versus MVP and MMP. All right, so let's talk about a couple of these. So sprint increment, the sprint increment is a piece of product that might potentially be ready for production. Now, when you're first starting out, the increment that comes out of your sprint may not be fully tested. We encourage it to be fully tested. That is our absolute goal. But first starting out with new teams, they might have a hard time doing that. So the sprint increment is the piece of the product that they've created, hopefully production ready. Now the potential shippable product is basically that same thing, only this is actually production ready. It's a piece of the product that is production ready, fully tested, fully working, and could go to production if we view there's enough functionality to make it usable by our customers, and that we feel it's the right time to introduce it to our customers. You might find that some customers don't want to receive product too frequently because that might cause some challenges. They might be upset about it. The example that I always give is Acrobat Reader, Adobe Acrobat Reader. Great product, nothing wrong with the product. But for a time there, they were sending out more updates to the product than was really manageable by their consumers. I was updating that product more often than I was actually using it. It was getting kind of annoying to me. So I actually shut off the automatic installs because it was getting annoying. So we don't want that to happen. We want to ship just enough product our customers are happy, but not so much that it's annoying them and they're constantly updating their product. You can understand that. Now, MVP is perhaps multiple PSI. PSI is it's actually potentially shippable increment or potentially shippable product increment. So PSIs or PSPIs, it's really the same thing. MVP could be multiples of those. The MVP is the minimum chunk of product that could be usable by our customers. So as an example, we could have an increment that's working, tested, ready to go to production, but again, not enough functionality to make it a viable product for our customers to make use of. So that's really kind of the difference. Sprint increment hopefully is a PSI, but may not be in the early days of your team. The PSI is working, tested product, but may not be featured enough, may not be viable for your customers. And the MVP is the minimum viable. It is a chunk of functionality your customers can actually get some value out of. And hopefully that makes sense. All right. Let's move on. 1 second. I just need to move something over here. There we go. All right. Good. Thanks, Mohammed. All right. So now let's talk a little bit about managing communications. Now, this is where we want to talk about managing the communications for our stakeholders, keeping stakeholders engaged. Now, the reality is it's really not that much different than what you would do in a traditional approach. However, here is the difference. With traditional project management or traditional projects, you would typically do something like a bi-weekly stakeholder meeting, things of that nature. So it's more status updates and typically more burn rates, things like that. It's more statusy. With communicating with their stakeholders in Agile, you want it to try to be as tangible as possible. So every couple of weeks, we're going to invite our stakeholders into our team and show the product that we built. So this is one of the differences of how we communicate with our stakeholders. We actually show them working product. Now, of course, there are going to be some stakeholders that is not going to work for them. We want to encourage them to come to our meetings rather than creating special meetings for our stakeholders. Now, the main reason for that is we don't like meetings. We don't want to have extra meetings. These demos can serve as stakeholder meetings if your stakeholders are prepared for it. But we all understand that some stakeholders may not be ready for this kind of a change. They may be used to more traditional approaches. So we'll give them the opportunity to learn, and let's keep continuing to encourage them to come into our team meetings, our sprint demos. That's a much better approach. It's more tangible, builds trust, and they get feedback. They can give us feedback faster. So what's important out of this is to determine your stakeholder readiness. Find out if your stakeholders are ready to come to your demos. And here's something to be aware of. Sometimes when we bring a stakeholder into our demos, they may not be prepared for it. So if we show them a small increment of the product, they might get into a situation where they ask, well, where's the rest of it? You brought me into a demo to show me something. All I see is this tiny little piece of the product. I want to see the rest of it. Or they might say, don't bring me in until the whole thing is finished. We need to manage those stakeholders. We need to set their expectations that when they come to a demo, they're going to see a small increment of the product with the goal of having them tell us of whether we're going the right direction or not. It's to get feedback. And some stakeholders may reject that concept. They may not want to contribute. They might view it as a waste of their time. So watch out for those kinds of things. Let's encourage our stakeholders. Let's set their expectations, manage them so that they come into our meetings rather than us going to them. So let's move on a little bit to the communications methods. There are lots of different ways of communicating with our stakeholders. There are the traditional approaches, and that doesn't necessarily have to go away. But we would encourage you to show the metrics that are more agile friendly metrics rather than more traditional types of metrics. More traditional is things like percentage complete, red, yellow, green status, RAG status, things like that. Those are more traditional, which is what we'd prefer in an agile environment is more like burn charts, burn up charts, burn down charts, progress reports, showing where we are, in completion toward your MVP. You can, of course, show the traditional things like project burn rates. How much money are we spending? Are we spending time on the right things, things like that? So a lot of those techniques still stay the same. This is stakeholder management 101. Just like in traditional approaches, you still have the same challenges you're going to have with Agile as well. It's the same basic concept. However, we want to have them communicate more frequently and be more involved. One other little change that we are going to encourage in an Agile environment is that our stakeholders should take on some responsibility. Now, generally, stakeholders don't like taking responsibility. They just want to hand over a document and say, go build this and come back to me when it's done. But they need to take some more responsibility. We need feedback. If you want to reduce the risk of delivering the wrong product, we need the feedback from our stakeholders to make sure we're going the right direction at all times. As a critical aspect of any project success, regardless of whether you're doing Agile or Waterfall or any other approach, we need stakeholder feedback. We need involvement. They are the ones who are asking for the product. They should be responsible for telling us if we're building the right product. So encourage that. Even if you're still doing traditional approaches, that's fantastic. Try to encourage better stakeholder engagement. All right, last part for this section is the project information, how to communicate project information and updates. We've talked about a couple of techniques. The demos are a great opportunity. Using your burn charts are very useful. And I don't know if we covered burn charts last time. Let me just check my charts here. No, I don't think we did. So let's very quickly cover what a burn chart looks like. I think you'll find them to be very effective, and you may be able to use this on your traditional projects as well. It's not necessarily an Agile concept. We just make use of it. So one of the things that we can do with a burn chart, there are two different kinds of burn charts. One is work completed, and the other is work remaining. They're two different views of the same basic thing, but you can use them in parallel if you want to. So here's the idea. You'd use scope on this side and time down here. Now I'm going to show you, there's a sprint burn down chart, sprint burn up chart, so generally the same thing. And there's also release or even project burn charts. So I'm going to show you a release burn chart. Now this is going to be a burn up. Burn ups show work completed. Burn down show work remaining. And I'll show you how that works. So you start out identifying your total scope. Now I'm setting up an example here, which is why that line looks a little weird. And from there, you can calculate what you need. So this will be your end date. So this is your due date. This is day one.
Not showing yet, Roy, you know.
Oops. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you. There we go.
Cool.
Now you should be seeing it. Thank you, Phil. I appreciate that.
No problem.
I was so engaged in actually showing you something I wasn't actually showing anything. All right. So the blue line at the top is your total scope. And the green line is your forecasted completion ratio. So if everything is going correctly, we would want to have that green line looking like that, and we want to be following that. But then we have the actual. I'm going to do this one in red. Not that red is bad, just it shows a little bit better. So the red line might look something like this. Okay? Now the red line shows completion of work. So every time we complete a requirement, we mark it as done, and that causes that line to burn upward. Now, the reality is it's probably a little more jagged as work is being completed. You might complete things in small chunks, but you get the idea. It's generally kind of going to, it reflects the completion toward completing the total scope. Now, let's go through this example here. You would typically break this up into sprints every 2 weeks. So each of these is a sprint. And then here's your final sprint at the end. Now let's take a look at this example. If you look at the blue line, that's our total scope. So something strange happened right there. And what happened, what this indicates is an increase in scope. And that's one of the reasons that the total scope is so important to us. The goal with Agile is to not increase your scope. You have to remember that the teams have fixed capacity. We do not have infinite capacity. We can't just constantly absorb more and more work. It's not reality. It doesn't work. So we want to have an idea of what our total scope is and what the teams are capable of. So adding scope into a release without pulling something else out can cause challenges. So right here is an indicator that we increase scope by a certain amount. Now, if you look at the green line, most likely when that scope change happened, it would probably have to change and go up like that in order to get to that completion date. But here's what's really interesting. If you look at the red line, which is our actual, right here, we were already behind schedule. This is our planned, and here is our actual. So probably not a good idea to add additional scope when we're already slightly behind schedule. So these are the kinds of things that you can use as indicators of what we're trying to accomplish, or if we're going to even make our deadlines. Now, I want to recall earlier on when we were talking about managing scope and the triple constraints, right? I think that was in our last session, perhaps the one before, where we talked about in an Agile project, we set the schedule and the budget to be fixed points. So we actually like this fixed date. We like doing that. But when we fix the date and the budget, we assume that scope is variable. So we can take scope out of that fixed time and fixed budget. Doesn't mean that you can always add things. If you add something in, you have to take something else out of equivalent size because we have fixed schedule, fixed budget, fixed capacity. We don't want to get into a situation where we're using variable capacity because first, it throws off all of our metrics. And in addition, anytime you add someone to a team, it throws off all of their metrics and their team dynamics, really messes with things. So you're much better off having stable teams, fixed capacity, fixed budget, fixed time, and then you vary the scope, okay? So this is one of the charts that we can use to communicate progress to our stakeholders. Very, very useful. And what I like about it is it's visual. It's not just an Excel spreadsheet where you're looking at numbers and RAG status. This gives you a clear indicator with projections of whether you feel that you're going to meet this date or not. Okay? Any questions about that? Is fixed capacity? Yes, Johnny, absolutely. So what we mean by fixed capacity, so let's back up a little bit. So, obviously when we're talking about, fixed budget, there might be some assets such as, servers or equipment or perhaps licenses for software or whatever else. Those things are outside of the budget that we're talking about. Those things are, the fixed asset kind of budgets. What we're generally talking with budget is people. And when we're talking about capacity, that is also people. So the people doing the work, we have a fixed team. So we're not taking people in and out of the team constantly. You have a fixed team, which means fixed capacity. Now that gives you a whole bunch of things. Just yeah, absolutely, Brittany. You can put contingencies on your budgets. It's really not that much different from a traditional approach. Give yourself a little bit of buffer in case maybe you've got a good situation where we get done on time, but maybe the customers feel that they want to add some additional scope. So sure, we can put those contingencies in to handle those what-if scenarios. Our goal is to not use them. Our goal is to complete on time, reduce scope before we hit that contingency. So you got the idea. So if scope changes, what are the methodologies to balance? Great question. It comes down to priority. What we always want to focus on is the most important work. Oops, that's not very visible. Let me undo that. Let me do this. Okay. We focus on the highest value stuff first. So this stuff that we're doing here, this is the really important things, and we're getting that stuff done as early as possible. Now, this is very different typically from more traditional approaches. You typically don't think about the value to your customer when you're building the product. You typically think more about how do we optimize the team that's building the product. So they might do some low value things, but it might be more framework kind of activities in a traditional approach. So the things that only the team necessarily cares about. We start on day one, or very close to day one, building things that are of importance to our customers. Now, the reason that we do that is as we approach the end of the project, we want to be doing things that are generally lower value. Get the high value stuff done early, low value stuff at the end of the project. Now it makes it easier to make those decisions about it's low value stuff, so maybe we don't need it. So the date may be more important. Let's cut the low value scope because it just doesn't matter to us. Now, there might be some need to do some change controls. We generally want to do as little change control as possible because change controls can be very, very expensive. Change controls, they slow things down, cause bottlenecks in the workflow and getting things done. And you've all been through change control process. You understand what I'm talking about. Lots of approvals, impact analysis, cost analysis, all the normal kinds of things that you would do with a change control. It's all very, very expensive stuff. If we, again, do the highest value stuff first, we're only left with things that are low importance at the end. So the impact is very little. So we don't have to spend as much time analyzing impact because they probably don't matter that much. Now, you may need to do change control for audit purposes or for some other reason, governance needs, things like that. And absolutely go ahead and do them. But we want to try to make it as lightweight as possible so that we're not wasting a lot of time doing a very onerous change control process. I'm not saying they're not necessary. I'm just suggesting make them as easy as possible. Hopefully that makes sense. So Johnny, did that make sense? Did I answer your question okay? All right, cool, awesome. All right, so this is one of the charts. Burn down charts are pretty much the same thing, only they show work remaining instead of work completed. Two different perspectives of the same basic thing. You can do this by sprint. You can do it by release. You can do it for the overall project as well. But something to consider, if you have a very long project, it's 18 months or something like that, getting a very accurate forecast is going to be somewhat suspect. I'm sure you're all familiar with the concept of the cone of uncertainty. Now, we use cone of uncertainty in Agile as well. In fact, we kind of build it into our processes. So the further out you go, the wider that cone of uncertainty is. You're all familiar with that concept. So there's lots of ambiguity. So the further out in time you are, the less accurate your estimates are going to be. If 1 second, I have a slight challenge with my video. If you can hold on a second.
No worries, Roy. So while you're doing that, I was just thinking about the challenges we face in the world of scope as far as these change control procedures. But I mean, the entire change mindset in the world of predictive is so markedly different,
Absolutely.
than Agile. I mean, we just want to lock down everything, whereas Agile is like, if it's value, bring it.
Yep, absolutely. And I just saw a chat message from Brittany. Brittany, you got it. That's exactly what we do. So when a scope change is requested, take a look at the cost of delay or whatever other form you're using to determine what value means. I like cost of delay. I think it's a very, very useful thing. But yeah, absolutely. Take a look at the value that they're requesting. And if it really is more important than something that is already in the scope, then it may actually be the right thing to do. So we would encourage the team and the organization to say, this is really more important. Let's go do that instead and take out something that's less important, a lower cost of delay. Maybe we can push that out because it's not as valuable to us. So absolutely use those factors, and that helps out a lot. What you might find, though, is that making those priority decisions are incredibly difficult because no one wants to say what's important and what's not. Everything is important. I'm sure you're familiar with this in your existing environments. Everything is a priority one. Well, that's just not the reality. We have to be very aggressive in identifying what is truly valuable and what really isn't valuable. And our stakeholders often don't like doing that. To them, their stuff is the most important thing in the world. So, as a project manager, this is a difficult job. And this is something that you can really help your stakeholders to understand because it's such a critical aspect. And quite honestly, we should probably be doing this in our traditional lab projects as well. This is not just an agile thing. We should probably be assigning these kinds of value numbers to all of the work that we do, even in a traditional approach. And I think that might actually help us when we get when we're into talking about prioritization or get to the end of a project. One other last thing that I want to talk about when we're talking about this, scope control, things like that. And we're actually getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, which is good. So one of the slides is going to be nice and easy, or one of the sections rather. So there's different kinds of change. There are the bigger changes that we really should be looking at and perhaps doing some kind of a change control or doing a little more analysis to make sure that's the right thing to do. But then there are the little things. At the let's go through an example. Let's say that we get to an end of a sprint, just 2 weeks worth of work. We get to the end of that sprint and we show the product to our stakeholders and they like what they see, but they'd like to make a slight change. Maybe they want to change something from this shade of red to a lighter shade of red as an example, or just a slight change in the requirement. We're actually not going to go through a change control process for that, or at least we're going to strongly discourage it. Those little subtle changes can help us build a much better product and have our customers actually a lot happier. So those little changes have very, very low impact. So let them happen naturally. It's probably going to cost you more to go through the change control process than it would to just do the change. And that's okay. That doesn't mean, though, that we still don't have to look at what perhaps something needs to come out, because we are perhaps taking in another small requirement change. So we will be looking further down the road and saying, so we brought this in, what small little thing can we take out that's maybe of equivalent size? Now, small little things, we're talking about things that fit within a 2-week period of time, little tiny chunks of work. So they're not these big monster, 1 month, 2 month, 3 month kind of efforts. They're very, very small, but they do add up over time. So watch out for those things or they will bite you at the end of the project. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. All right. Brittany has another question, another change control question. It sounds like the team has more yes, they do. Direct communication with the stakeholders as opposed to solely using a change control board. Absolutely. In predictive. Yes, it is 100% correct. And this is something, again, regardless of what process you're using, doesn't really make any difference. If you can get the people doing the work to have direct communication with the stakeholders, with your customers, you will build a better product. We often view that we are helping the team by not having them talk to our stakeholders because now they don't have to be bothered with those communications. The challenge, though, is yes, maybe we give them a little more time, but they're losing information. They're losing the opportunity to ask questions. And that is hugely powerful. It's very, very valuable to talk to your stakeholders, talk to your customers, so that the team gets a better understanding of what is actually needed rather than just what's shown up in a document. Now, you've got a couple of challenges here, though. One, you might have some people that, especially in a team, that really don't want to talk to stakeholders. And we need to encourage our team members to step out of their shells and talk to people. And that can be a bit of a challenge, especially in the software world. I was a developer, so I can say this. A lot of developers don't like to talk to people. So that's a change. That's something that we really need to encourage. Subtle changes. Okay, sure. Yep. All right, cool. Awesome. So Mohammed, subtle changes, little tiny changes, very small things, like a change, perhaps changing something from red to blue, or changing something from in the software world, changing something from a drop down to a checkbox or something like that, or vice versa. Little small changes that are impactful to a user, but really are not a huge change in scope. They're very small changes and doesn't dramatically change the timeline. What you'll typically find in an agile environment is those are the kinds of changes that you typically see, these small little things over a course of time. So you don't typically need as much of a change control process because they're small and lightweight, very easy little changes. But as I mentioned, watch out for them because they will over time accumulate and they then can turn into something big. So just monitor it, watch it over time, just to make sure it doesn't get out of control. Okay. I'm ready
Hey,
to,
Roy, I've got a
yeah,
question from the world of Scrum.
sure.
So, talking about the pigs and the chickens, well, the
Yeah.
chickens, those who are outside of the project team and not doing the work,
Yeah.
what's the rule regarding the communication between the team and those guys if they're asking them for more stuff? Is there a place we draw the line?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question, and thanks for that segue. And I know, John, you have another question, and we'll get to that in 1 second. So here's what we want to do. We need to make sure, while we do want change to occur, that's very healthy. We want it to occur the right way. So here's an example. We should never have a stakeholder calling a team member up or sending an email or something like that to one of the team members and asking them, "Hey, buddy, can you make this change for me?" That's not a very healthy thing, because now things are happening where the team members are not being transparent. They may be working on something on the side that no one sees, and the planned scope is now not being executed. That's when you get into danger. That's where you get into real trouble. So the team has the right, when someone comes to them, they have the right and, quite honestly, the responsibility to say, "Hey, I'd very much like to make that change for you. I have no problem with it, but can you go talk to my product owner and get it prioritized with everything else?" And that way, we are keeping the team separated from the change chaos that might happen. The product owner is there. They're the gatekeeper of change requests. When changes come in, the right approach should be for the person needing something, go to the product owner, make the request. The product owner can then make decisions about whether we should do this or if we shouldn't. And they have the right to say no. It should not go directly to a team member, because they have no control over this. And it's just going to cause loss of focus. And they're going to be working on things on the side without the transparency that we need.
Mm. Thank you, Roy. That helps. And what about the team space, the team area? Do we have some agile teams that are quite militant in there? You cannot come here. It's a no-go zone and things such as that.
Yeah.
Is that overkill?
Yeah, so there are some teams that are very protective of their space and don't want people coming into it. That's not necessarily. We want a nice, healthy atmosphere, right? So yes, of course, there's opportunity for people to come into the team space and to communicate with the team, but it should be managed so the team has opportunity to focus. As an example, let's talk about the daily stand-ups. That's where stakeholders tend to get out of control a little bit. The daily stand-up is all for the team. It's not for your stakeholders. So if we do have people outside the team that want to participate in the daily stand-up, we may decide to allow that to happen. But if they do, then they're not allowed to talk. The stakeholders are not allowed to talk. There are rules for this meeting. Only team members are allowed to talk in this meeting. So if a stakeholder comes in, all they can do is observe. And if the team has the time and the opportunity, certainly then at the end of the session, maybe a stakeholder can provide some more information, or that maybe they can ask some questions. But it still ends on time. It ends at the 15 minutes. And if those rules are broken, the team has the right to be able to say, you broke the rules, you're not allowed back. And that might be some interesting dynamics if you have some senior people that are breaking those rules. So there's something that a scrum master or project manager can really help the team play blocker. Make sure that the team has that space where they can do their jobs.
Absolutely. Thank you, Roy.
All right, thanks, Phil. So, Johnny, I just want to get to your questions. Is there an analysis that defines how large or small? Yes. And when changes are deemed to go to the cost of delay? Yeah, absolutely. So we go through estimating. We estimate a little bit differently in Agile. We use story points. So yes, absolutely, we do determine how large something is, and we use that as a factor in our prioritization, of course. Right? It's not just the value of something; it's also the cost of the thing that might determine if we do this thing or not. It could be a really valuable thing, but if the cost is too high, we might decide it's just not worth doing it. So the context is very, it's when we decide if we need to go do like a cost of delay analysis or something like that, is really based on the context of the team and the project. It can change from project to project. So we typically don't have a hard, fast rule. Generally, though, this is just my guideline. If something is deemed by the team to be too big for a single sprint, I would generally say, let's take a look at cost of delay. If it's going to be a 2 sprints or, something like that, I would want to take a look at a cost of delay, because that's, to a team, that's a fairly sizable effort. So my general rule, if it's bigger than 2 weeks, I would probably want to take a look at the cost of delay and do some analysis, some deeper analysis on it. Does that make sense? Does that help? All right, let's move on. Okay, perfect. Thanks. All right, so now I want to move on to talking about assessing risks. And what I should probably do, let's bring this over here so we can see what some of the things that we're talking about here. Oops, not that. There we go. Okay, so we did actually talk about this a little bit in one of our previous sessions, and that's about assessing and managing risk. So I'll go over it briefly, just as a kind of a refresher. Honestly, it's not that much different, again, from what you would do from traditional approaches. But I will say this. A lot of times teams agile teams especially, get so buried into the fact that they're agile, they tend to forget to manage risks. There's a lot of built-in risk management techniques, but that's not enough. You really need to be very effective at managing risks, because risks are very dangerous. As you know, in any project, if you have large risks, that's going to be a major problem for your project. You have to do risk assessments. You have to manage a risk. So the built-in risk mitigation, we're showing our product every 2 weeks to our stakeholders. We're planning only 2 weeks. We have a very detailed plan, which is the sprint plan. We're constantly refining our requirements to get better requirements. We're throwing out requirements that are not useful. So there's a lot of ways that we can manage risk, some of those risks. Another way of managing risk, scope is a variable. So to manage the risk of missing a date, we go to reducing scope. That's another way that we manage project risk. But that's not all of it. Those are the built-in ways to manage risk. But we also need to make sure that when we have a risk, we identify it, we catalog it, we categorize it, and we take mitigating actions to reduce or eliminate that risk. That's something, as I said, a lot of Agile teams neglect mitigating their risks because they feel that Agile is doing it for them. And I can promise you it doesn't. You have to be you have to be good at managing those risks. And this is a basic project management 101 kind of concept. Manage your risk, build a risk registry, just like you do on traditional projects. However, the flip side, oftentimes in traditional approaches, and I'm sure sometimes you've seen this yourselves, we create this risk catalog, which is awesome, or the risk table. But what we don't do is actually take any actions to do anything about it. It's not enough to register your risk, to acknowledge the risks. You have to do something about them. So regardless of what process you follow, you need to manage your risks. So we do same basic risk assessment methodologies as we would in traditional approaches, but we take risk mitigation actions and put them on our backlog, just like all the other requirements, prioritize them. Typically, we prioritize them very early because we want all those big scary risks to be removed as early as possible on a project. Get them out of the way. And that way we have very few risks, or maybe even no risks at the end of a project. That's a happy place to be. We do not want to be at the end of the project and realize that we've still got a whole bunch of risks to deal with. That's not a very effective way to do it. Okay. And as it also says on the slide, I want to iteratively assess our risks. So we'll talk about some techniques. And we did talk about some in a previous session. We'll kind of review some of those. Identifying your risks and assessing them is not something you do at the start of a project. You do it continuously, just like in a traditional approach. It's not enough to have your risk registry and then go into a project and say, hey, everything's great now. You have to constantly reassess your risks, identify when they're being mitigated, do something to mitigate them if they're not being mitigated, and also identify where sometimes those risks just go away by themselves because you've learned enough along the way that the risks are no longer important or have perhaps reduced below a certain threshold. So those kinds of techniques don't change, except that we strongly encourage you to do something about them, not just register them, and remind your Agile teams that risks are still part of a project and we can't forget about them. All right, let's move on and talk about engaging our stakeholders. So again, this really is not that much different from traditional approaches. You still have to engage your stakeholders. There's still the stakeholder analysis grid that you're probably very familiar with already. That's there's different approaches to it. There's either 3 three entries, 3 dimensions or 4 dimensions, on depending on how you want to do it. Let me bring up my whiteboard real fast and I can show you how that works. I'm sure you've probably all seen this. This is not any different than what you would do with waterfall. So different approaches. This is typically what I do, but you can use what approach works for you. It's a 3x3. So this one, this axis is influence. And this one is interest. So the higher the interest, the higher the influence. We want to do something about those, right? So I generally do something like this. These are the ones that we need to pay a lot of attention to, especially the folks with a lot of influence, because people with a lot of influence can really mess up your project, especially those that are heavily interested. So there are different approaches that you take, and like if they have a lot of influence, perhaps here, just keep them informed. That's enough. Keep informed over here. Active engagement. These are the influencers that you really want, or stakeholders that you really want to be careful with. Again, this is not any different than you would do in traditional approaches. Just make sure that you understand your stakeholders, understand where they fit in this grid, or whatever approach that you like to use yourselves, and manage those stakeholders. Make sure that they are taken care of, that they're being engaged, to make sure that they're getting the information that they need so that they don't cause problems for you. Okay. Any questions about that? All right. Now, as we just talked about, different approaches to engaging your stakeholders. Some of them just might keep informed. Some of them might be get them involved. Make sure that they have lots of information. Do one-to-ones with them as appropriate for your stakeholders. Nothing really that different here than you would in a traditional approach. Okay. All right, moving along just fine now. All right, budget and resources. So I'm going to put something out there very quickly. We tend to use the word resources a lot. Now, this is one of those subtle little mindset things that we would like to encourage in the Agile environment. And this is something I generally encourage regardless, again, of the process you're using. We actually don't like to use the word resources. I know this is a PMI kind of environment, so resources are a very common thing for everyone. But we prefer to actually call people people. And there's a reason for that. There's a lot of psychology and behavior involved in this. We want people to be treated as people and to know that they're being treated as people. And the word resources can be a little bit demeaning. It kind of depersonalizes or dehumanizes the team members that are doing the work. So we generally encourage calling them people or team members rather than resources. Now, I know it's a subtle thing and it may seem a little bit silly, but the psychological benefit of doing so is actually pretty profound. If you call someone a person or a team member, it has a very dramatic effect. All right, let's talk a little bit about budgetary needs based on scope and lessons learned, things like that from historical projects. All right, so I'm going to go back to my whiteboard. Now, as we talked about before, we generally consider our teams to be stable, fixed teams, and we want to have our projects to be fixed budget and fixed schedule. It doesn't always work that way. So let's talk about some techniques in order to get better at this. All right, now let's just start out by saying that our teams are stable. Now with stable teams, you get some huge benefit. And one of the benefits that you get is you get data. Data is awesome. Lots of fun. So let me show you a tool that I like to use. So in a previous session, we talked about something called velocity. Now, velocity, if you remember, velocity is the total number of story points that we complete every sprint. Now, story points is an abstract unit of measure. It doesn't, just as a refresher, story points are not time. We derive time when we're forecasting. We don't give a date. We derive the date based on data. Now, here's an example. Let's say that I have a team or a collection of teams that are able to do 50 points every sprint. This is a very powerful tool that we use in Agile. And then our sprints are on the bottom. So time on the bottom, effort on the right. So this is time. This is 1 sprint, 2, 3, 4, you get the idea. And each one of these sprints is 2 weeks at a chunk. These are story points also meaning effort. Okay? All right, let's just say for this example that this team is able to complete 50 points every sprint. Now, this is historical data. It represents the total amount of output that a team can complete on average every 2 weeks. Now, we collect this data every sprint. We have the ability of collecting this data, and it's usually calculated by the tools that they're using. So it's really easy to get this data. But the trick is it has to be a stable team, meaning you keep this team together over long periods of time. Don't constantly bring more people in, take people out, because every time you do that, the metrics become unstable. The longer a team is together, the more stable these numbers are. Now, from this, you can also draw an optimistic and a pessimistic line. Now, these lines represent the optimistic is your best velocity, and the pessimistic is your worst velocity. Now, you typically take away any holiday season because statistically people are out, and statistically it just doesn't mean very much. So you get rid of the holiday season or multiple seasons if that's appropriate, and only worry about the average, the lowest velocity, without throwing out those anomalous periods of time. So your best velocity and your worst velocity. So from this represents, that's the cone of uncertainty. So the further out you go in time, the more uncertain your forecast is going to be. Now, we use this to determine how long things are going to take, or how much scope we can get done, or how much budget we need. We derive all of these numbers, which is really kind of the cool part. All right, let's go through a scenario. So if someone asks, I've got 200 points worth of work. When can I get this? So this is where we have fixed scope, variable time question. So the answer that we can give is somewhere between there and there. Best time is there. Worst time is going to be there. So again, we use the cone of uncertainty and actual data to do this forecast. Now we're going to have another example. Let's say that someone says, I need to get something out by that date. How much stuff can I get? The answer is pretty easy. I can give you all of this, some of that, and nothing more. Again, historical data using the lessons that we've learned from this team through their history. Okay? All right, so this, again, is a fixed time variable scope question. Now, invariably, you're going to get this. I need all of that, and I need it by here. Looking at the trend lines, the answer is going to be, I'm sorry, we can't do that. Our historical data shows that it's not possible for this team to produce that amount of work in that short a time. You can't really argue against this because it's actual historical data. We measure every sprint how much stuff this team can reliably produce. So what we can say, though, we can reduce our scope and give you something by that date, or we could increase time and give you everything by that date. Stakeholder, which one would you prefer? So this way, we get to reduce our scope. Remember, reducing scope our first go-to. Increasing time can be our second go-to, and that's where we might have those budget contingencies. The last thing that we want to go to is looking at adding people. Every time we add people, bad things happen. What will wind up happening is this projected line will start to decay, because when you add someone to a team, the output of the team actually goes down for a period of time. It destabilizes the team. They have to train this person. So adding people is not your answer. It's the last thing that we want to go to. First, have the hard discussion. What can we get rid of? Then you go to time, and then only after that fails, that's when you can start talking about adding people. Okay? Any questions about that? Okay, cool. That is one of my favorite ways of working with stakeholders, to show them what's possible. They don't always like the answers, but it's historical data. All right, so that's one way. That's where we can estimate budgetary needs, scope, and use the lessons learned from previous work. That's how we use historical data. We collect a lot of data in an agile environment, and we use that for better forecasting. Now, one thing we haven't really talked about is how to forecast a budget. It actually becomes really easy. Now, consider again, we have a fixed team. The fixed team meaning the team members are not going in and out, so the cost of that team is always consistent. If the team is working in 2-week increments and it's the same people every 2 weeks, our budget is fixed for that 2-week period of time. So using that chart that we just used before, if a team is, say, able to complete 50 points every 2 weeks, and you have, say, 200 points of work that needs to be completed, well, 200 divided by 50 is 4 sprints. We should know, since it's a fixed team, what the cost of a sprint is. And if it's going to take you 4 sprints, you just simply multiply the cost of the sprint for that team by the number of sprints to execute, and there's your budget. It's a really very simple thing. But the hard part of all of that, using this historical data, is fantastic. If you keep changing the team, that data becomes useless. So it's very, very, then you go back to falling onto traditional approaches of estimating, which is your best guess, your estimated guesses, as we typically do in traditional approaches. Okay. Any questions about that?
Roy, just a quick question. So when we've got an external client, because internal is all well and good, people are usually more adaptable. We have an external client. Are there any tips on how to not get in trouble by being overtly optimistic or things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, use cone of uncertainty. That's very useful. And as long as we have teams that are staying together over long periods of time, we have better historical data, so our estimates and budgetary needs get a lot tighter. One of the things to think about also is managing the contract. Agile contracts are a little bit different, or we prefer them to be a little bit different. As an example, if you have a contract that is fixed scope, fixed budget, fixed time, all 3 constraints fixed, it's not a very agile friendly contract, because again, we want one of those things to be flexible. So if we can, we're fine with a fixed schedule and fixed costs, but we want to be able to have a variable scope if you can get into your contract. Right now, here's the challenge: if it is a client, they may not want a variable scope contract. So we have to manage that very carefully. And again, that's when we get into this fix, we start getting into more change controls and managing the scope very carefully. The same basic approaches using your cone of uncertainty. The one advantage you have now is, though, you have a team that's fixed, so you have historical data. So you use those lessons and that data from this team that's been functioning for a while. So those forecasts get more accurate, but you still need to take some traditional approaches and put in some budget contingencies. Is that where you were going, Phil?
Absolutely, yeah. That definitely helps, and I think keeping the team together is a big one.
Absolutely,
yeah.
That is a critical aspect and hard to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's move on. A little behind, so we'll pick up just a little bit. I think some of these things we've already taken care of. So planning and managing the schedule. I think we just went through an example. That's the way I like to manage schedules or plan my schedules. I use the team velocity. I use the cone of uncertainty, their mins and their maxes to get the cone of uncertainty. And that's an easy way for us to estimate those projects and tasks. Story points. Phil, can you remind me? I'm pretty sure we did go over story points and how that works.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we did. We
just wanted to confirm.
There's so much stuff, isn't it? I mean,
really
the way
is.
they chunk it all together, it looks very different than what you may just casually be talking about. And PMI, I mean, it's like a wall of text when you look at it sometimes. Yeah. And I actually like in the beginning how you didn't show it, because it kind of appeals to that side of the brain, So yeah, but
I'm happy to take it away again. That works. Let's take it away. All right. I like where you're going. All right, Johanny has a question. So we prefer contracts with variable options as opposed to fixed. Yeah, we do, Johanny, whenever possible. And I know that can be a real challenge if you are not the client. If you're the vendor getting one of those things as a variable can be a real challenge. Most often, customers like fixed, but it causes such bad things to happen. If I've been in the vendor situation for a long time, a number of years, and often what winds up happening is you put in all kinds of contingencies. You get very serious about change controls, so there's a lot of overhead in managing those change controls. If you could put together a more flexible contract, which it bases on some assumptions, and I'll give you an example of a really good contract that I have used in the past and works very well. If you think about it, think about it this way: if you're allowed to change scope, that's to the benefit of both the customer and to the vendor. So you can fix the schedule, fix the budget, but the scope is the one thing that you really want to encourage to be flexible because it's better for both parties. So here's an example of a contract that I've used, and I like it a lot. It works very well for me. And it actually has a title, a kind of funny one. It's called Money for Nothing and Change for Free. Really very funny thing. If you're from Dire Straits, the band Dire Straits fan.
Yeah, that's Mark Knopfler and those guys.
Yeah, exactly. So really kind of funny title, but it's a good contract. So the way that it works is first, both parties agree to work in an agile fashion. And what that means is that changes will be allowed. They are expected. Changes will be expected as part of the project. But we can fix the scope and we fix the budget and we'll allow the scope to change within. So what we'll agree to is that the client can ask for changes of scope and they won't be punished from a schedule or budget perspective as long as something else of equivalent size can come out of that scope. So we're really just trading one set of scope for another set of scope. And of course, you want to be careful with that. It's not like one day they're building a motorcycle and the next day we're saying, hey, we're going to go build a rocket. Very, very different things. You do need to manage that. But the idea is that we're both working in good faith, and we agree that if you need change, that's okay. We'll accept it as long as something else of equivalent size goes out. So that's the change for free aspect of that contract. Now, the flip side is the money for nothing. We also, as a customer, I would like to encourage my vendor to complete early if they can. Still maintain high quality, but I would like them to be able to complete early if they can. So that's the money for nothing. What we'll do is we'll offer a bonus if you're able to complete within a certain percentage short of the timeline. So you're not going to get the full amount if you complete early, but you'll get something, which means you're encouraged to get done early because you're getting an extra bonus for getting done on time, or you're actually getting done early, right? So it benefits both parties. I get the product earlier from a customer, and if I'm a vendor, I get money for completing early while still maintaining quality, okay? So there are different kinds of contracts. Another contract could be a series of successive statements of work. That can be very useful. So you have a chunk, maybe a 1 month or a 3 month chunk of work. We're going to say, this is the work that we need in this 3 months. And then at the end of the 3 months, we evaluate what to do next. So you have a series of statements of work that incrementally complete the product. And other approaches like that. So consider that the contract is actually a very significant aspect of this, right? So let's talk a little bit about how other ways of managing our schedule. So we like to use specific milestones. As I mentioned, we like fixed dates. It's actually very valuable. We like time boxes. So utilizing benchmarks, historical data. Historical data is our velocity, what a team can traditionally output. And we use those time boxes every 2 weeks, or let's say that a time box for a release could be once a month or once a quarter. Those are all time boxes, and we're doing periodic checks throughout that process, and of course at the end to make sure that we're going in the right direction. We also bring our stakeholders in frequently, every couple of weeks, to review our progress and make sure we're going in the right direction. Now, another aspect is measuring ongoing progress. So as we showed earlier, that burn chart is extremely useful and very visual. Often we find that stakeholders like the visual better than just text. Not all of them, some of them like text. So, we use the right approach for the right stakeholder, but most stakeholders are very visual, and showing that burn chart can be really beneficial because it takes them out of the specific text and they can visually see it, which helps to build trust and a better representation. Now let's talk about modifying the schedule. Now, in general, yes, you can modify the schedule, absolutely. But we first want to try again to manage the scope. So reduce scope first, change the schedule if necessary, but hopefully that's not going to be as necessary. And again, the last thing you want to do is to increase the number of people, because every time you do that, it destabilizes the entire environment. You're creating new teams or modifying existing teams. You lose data, you lose the metrics, and your whole environment becomes more complex and unstable. Often, you typically go slower when you're introducing more people. So be very, very careful of that. In many cases, that's usually where organizations go first. Well, we're falling behind, so the first thing we do, throw money at it and hire more people. Unfortunately, it often makes it worse. And I'm sure you've experienced similar situations. All right, let's move on. Falling just a little behind, but we'll catch up. Okay, plan to manage quality of products and deliverables. So as we mentioned in the earlier, in one of our earlier sessions, quality is extremely important as part of this process. We do our very best to not use quality as a buffer for the timeline. Anytime that you use quality as a buffer, then you could have unhappy customers. Our goal is not just to meet a timeline and meet a budget. It's also to produce happy customers. And if it's a product of poor quality, we have failed one of our success criteria, and that is happy customers. To me, that's one of the most important criteria that we want to make use of is happy customers. If our customers aren't happy, then we have failed. So we don't want to do that. Quality is an aspect of that. So we can track the quality of the product that we're delivering. We track things like that we call escaped defects. We track coverage of validation processes. We call it test case coverage or code coverage in the software world. Lots of ways of analyzing, are we actually producing a high quality product? Now in the software industry, we love automation. Automation is a very key aspect of producing quality product. So automated test cases, automated deployments, continuous deployment, continuous improvement, all of these things are factored in, continuous integration rather. These are all aspects of delivering high quality product. We also want to take a look every sprint, analyze, have we introduced new defects? Now, I'm going to introduce another term. I think we did talk about it earlier, but I want to make sure that we introduce this term. And that's something called technical debt. Now, technical debt by the name, but by what it implies, is that it is debt. It's something that we have to pay back. We've borrowed to get some time, but we have to pay it back at some point in time. So an example of that could be we've come to the end of a project or we're coming to the end of some kind of a deliverable. We have to deliver it. So maybe we take a shortcut in order to meet the date. Now, sometimes that's acceptable to do that. It's not encouraged, but sometimes it's what we have to do. We've all had to make those sacrifices, but it's not good enough to just take the sacrifice and forget about it. Instead, what we want to do is we create an item on our backlog, which is called a technical debt story, that represents what we did that needs to be fixed. We get it prioritized and we go back and we fix it. It's very important to go back and clean things up, or we're going to have a mountain of mess, a mountain of debt, and we're going to slow down as a result. All right, let's talk about some recommendations for improving our quality. Now, one of the primary mechanisms to improve quality is our retrospective. So it's similar, as we mentioned, similar I'm sorry, Phil, go back to just camera mode for recording. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Let me pause. Here we go. Sorry about that, Phil. There we go.
No
Is that better?
worries. No worries. Our friends watching after the fact will be like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, what are we talking about here?
Uncertainty. How does it?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. Thank you for letting me know that. Thank you. Retrospective. Every couple of weeks, we get together and we talk about how to get better. You know, this is a great opportunity for us to talk about quality issues. How do we improve as a team? How do we improve the product? Make sure that we're doing things as best possible. That's one of the primary mechanisms. And we can do retrospectives on a larger scale as well, across multiple teams perhaps, or at a release level. So the primary mechanism is going to be our retrospectives, but we also track quality and make sure that we're reducing our burn, right? If we're increasing defects or increasing technical debt, we want to reduce those and get rid of those. Okay. All right, any questions before we move on?
This is good, Roy. Speaking of velocity, I'm looking at our 30
I
minutes.
know.
So we got 3 minutes for each one of these.
Yep, and
So I
I
think
think
we're
we've
on.
covered most of these already, so we should be in okay shape.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about planning and managing scope. I think we've talked about that fairly well.
Mhm.
Obviously do change controls as necessary, but try to keep it as lightweight as possible. And for those small changes, try not to do change controls. Let them happen comfortably and safely, so that we're not causing too much overhead. And one thing I do want to talk about is is breaking down scope. So what you probably used to is a work breakdown structure, and those are very normal and traditional approaches. We do have something similar, but we don't do a WBS for the entire project. We do a WBS just for the sprint. It's called the sprint backlog. The sprint backlog is the list of things we're going to work on over the next 2 weeks, who is going to work on it, the tasks necessary to implement them. So it is essentially a work breakdown structure. It's just not a very massive one. It's only for the next 2 weeks. The reason we only do it for 2 weeks is because big plans require big change. Any little change that you have is going to be very expensive. And change is going to happen. So only do the planning and the details that you need to, and no more than that. Any questions?
It all makes sense. We did talk about all of that stuff. You schooled us on the product backlog and sprint planning, sprint backlog, all that stuff. So we're good.
All right. So let's move on and talk about the project planning activities. So in Agile, we plan on multiple levels. We build the cone of uncertainty into our planning techniques. The highest level planning, if you go on the internet, you'll see something called the planning onion. The planning onion, the Agile planning onion. Basically what it is that there are higher levels of planning all the way down to the detailed level of planning. The highest level is visioning or project charter. Then we move down to road mapping, which is basically a very lightweight Gantt chart. Beyond that, we potentially do release planning, which is optional. The next level is our sprint planning, and then finally our daily planning. So 5 levels of planning in Agile. And each one of those is more and more detailed as we get deeper into that cone. So if you think about it, the mouth of the cone is at the visioning or the project charter level, and that's where we know the least. And the center of the cone, or deep into the cone, is the daily planning, which is our daily stand-up. All right. Just looking to see if there are any other important topics here. I think we're in good shape. All right. Anything else that you wanted to cover on that one, Phil?
I think we got it. So everybody can go look up the Agile, what do you call it? Agile onion.
Yep, you got it. The Agile planning onion. Okay, let's talk about changes. Now, we talked about this a fair bit. The key aspect of managing change in Agile is to embrace it. Allow it to happen. Change is going to happen. Don't resist the change. Now, it doesn't mean that we don't manage the change. Understand it and allow the change to happen as lightweight as possible, because change is good. If we don't allow that change to happen, we could be building something our customers don't want. That significantly increases the risk of a failed project, because now we're delivering stuff your customers don't care about. I would much rather change the scope and build something our customers want than to build something that was originally specified just because we have to meet our triple constraints. Triple constraints are not a great measure of success. They're an aspect of success. There are other things that are probably more important, like a happy customer, high quality, and those are not on the triple constraints. So make sure that we're building a high quality and things for our customers. Allow change to happen. If you resist the change, you have a very high probability of building something your customers aren't going to use. Okay. And I think that generally covers that section. Change management strategy we talked about. Okay, let's move on. Procurement. We talked about this a little bit with contracts. In general, if let's say that we're hiring an outsource, hiring a group of people, a vendor in this case, we would want to try to put together a contract that is similar, right? Something that is friendly, that allows the vendor to work in an Agile fashion. We'd want that vendor to be schooled, educated in Agile. If they're not, then perhaps maybe they're the wrong vendor, if that's the way that you choose to run your project. You do need to manage your suppliers. Your contracts are critical. I think this is still a, don't quote me on this one, Just putting something into the, contracts.org. I think this is still, I have not checked this in a while, but there used to be this site called flexiblecontracts.org. It gives you some examples of how to do agile-friendly contracts. Now let's talk about hiring people. Now, when we're talking about bringing people on, we typically will interview a little bit differently than we would for a traditional approach. It becomes much more important for someone to be a good team member and not just someone that has the right skills to do the job. So we interview as much for the soft skills as we would for the technical skills, the hard skills. Soft skills are often more important because we need someone who's not going to destroy the team. So keep that in mind in the future when you're bringing people on. Do they have the ability to work well with others? And if they don't, they may not be a good fit, even if they're incredibly well technically skilled. All right, Phil, any other topics that we would like to cover as part of procurement?
I think we got it good for procurement, because the nature of agile, just by virtue of how it is, it doesn't, what is the manifest? What does the manifesto tell us? So is it one of the principles? What is it? Collaboration and negotiation?
Individuals and interactions over process and tools. There's also customer collaboration over contract negotiation.
That's the one. That's the one. Yeah,
there it is.
That's that one. So I mean, just by virtue of how it is, we're not splitting hairs over trying to railroad the other party to get the biggest profit. No, we're collaborating. So agile has a built-in mechanism to make these contracts sensible. And whereas in the world of predictive, we're all up in the fixed price, cost reimbursable type.
Fix. So change, control, and fix, right? That's the way they work. When I was a vendor, I used to love fixed contracts because any little change or any deviation, it's like change control, more money. Let's bring that money in. I loved fixed contract. Vendors, typically are okay with those, as long as you build enough pad in there so that they don't mess with you. Fixed contracts were awesome. So not necessarily the best contract. Doesn't always protect the customer.
It doesn't. That's true. Doesn't always. So I think we're good for that. We're good, and we're jumping into the artifacts now. One of the favorite areas, which you did talk about, Roy, in a previous session. And you actually asked us that question about what are some of the artifacts. So the three major artifacts.
Three artifacts. Exactly. In Agile, specifically Scrum, really only has three artifacts. And that's the product backlog, the sprint backlog, and the actual product increment, the piece of the product that you're building. Those are all considered artifacts. Now, those are your base artifacts that are defined in Agile. Obviously, you're going to have more that you need for your project. You might have system documentation, or like a risk registry. That's an artifact that I like to make sure that I have, regardless of the project. So we view this as an opportunity to tailor up as necessary. We're not going to say you need all of these artifacts to manage your project. The minimum set you need are those three, and then add additional artifacts if you feel you need them. Okay, that's what we're trying to get to.
Absolutely. And I mean, we're so laborious in the world of I don't say that in a bad way. No. Sometimes I'm my agile self, and other times I'm my predictive self. So I'm my agile self right now. But looking at the predictive world, we have over 40 different artifacts mentioned in the PMBOK guide on page 89. You guys know what I'm talking about. But in the world of agile, it's so scaled down. It's like 10 times less than what we have in the PMBOK guide. So this is very quick. But the last pieces that I wanted to get your 2 cents on is, where do we document the retrospective data that we glean? Where do we put that?
Good question. So that's actually something that can be a very sensitive topic. The output of a retrospective is supposed to be up to the team. It's often there are things that the team might be talking about that they don't want to have public. And they should be able to have those conversations, because sometimes you need to have difficult conversations. You need to have difficult discussions. They might have a problem with their manager. That happens. They could have a problem with a stakeholder. And if that becomes very public, the team will then shut down and stop talking about those things, and then perhaps never fix them. So retrospectives, it is not expected that is an artifact, not in any way. If the team elects to make some of their retrospective public to help other teams, awesome. But as a project manager, please do not force your teams to put their retrospectives as an artifact. They're not meeting minutes. They are just things the team agreed to, and let them have that privately if they feel that's important to them. It's not something we want to make public.
Yes, a great perspective, because in the world of predictive, we talk about a lessons learned register. We talk about tacit knowledge and explicit knowledge, and knowledge should be made available to the whole organization, but not every knowledge. Some knowledge can kill the poor team or a poor member, without knowing that it's doing so. So
exactly.
That is, are the chickens allowed in the retrospectives or not?
We discourage that. We discourage stakeholders. We discourage management. We really just want it to be the team, a very psychologically safe place for the team to talk about whatever they need to talk about. They should feel that they trust everyone in the room at a very deep level. And the whole purpose of this is so that they can have the conversations they need to have to fix problems. And if they feel that if they say something wrong and someone's then going to fire them or dock them pay or put them on an improvement plan, then they're not going to say things. They're not going to talk. And that's really, you miss a great opportunity to fix problems if you feel uncomfortable talking about things.
Absolutely. That's true. That's a very, very interesting take, which takes us to our next piece of the puzzle about this project methodology. So from what you've seen, Roy, to segue into this, in the world where Agile is used, do you see people switching between various Agile approaches? 1 minute it's TDD, next minute it's something else, or is it pretty stable in some of the teams that you've worked with longer term?
So generally, the methodology that's used by a team tends to stay fairly stable for a fairly long period of time. Now, there may be times where the team might decide, this process isn't working for us, and they might switch to a different process, but that's purely a team choice. But let's talk about a slightly larger, it's more than just the team. There's also project methodologies, which may not be something the team can potentially control. If it's under the team's control, they should choose the process that works for them because they know the work better than anyone, and they should be able to decide what process is the right approach. But organizationally, there might be some things that kind of force the decision about what process to use. Now, I'm not in any way saying that traditional prescriptive approaches are wrong. Not in any way am I saying that. I'm just saying that there are times when that might be appropriate and times when maybe it's not. We did talk a little bit about the Stacy diagram in our last session and the diagram that was put together in the practice guide as well to help you decide what might be the right approach for your situation. Generally, though, once you decide on a process, stick with the process. Here's otherwise what winds up happening. If you're changing it too frequently, the team might be changing because they ran into a problem. And what we want to encourage them to do is to not change the process because they found a problem. What we want to encourage them to do is fix the problem. Keep at it. Follow the same process. And I guarantee if you're fighting the problems, your process is going to clear itself. It's going to get out of the way eventually. Sometimes the process is there to expose the problems. That's one of the benefits of Agile, is to show you where you have those problems. So if you change the process because you are seeing problems, you're losing a great opportunity to go fix them. And that's what we really want to try to encourage. Now, in general, pick the process and stick with the process. Otherwise, you could potentially cause a lot of swirl, a lot of change in the team and the people with the people doing the work. And that can really cause some negative things to happen. It can cause a lot of project risk. Change disturbs people, and that can cause a lot of project risk, which you really don't want. All right.
Great advice. And the Stacy diagram, to remind us about what it is that the one with the, is it a quadrant or what exactly is it?
I can share my screen again with my really terrible handwriting. But it'll at least show you what I was talking about. So this is complexity and complicated.
Yes.
So this is the diagram. So out here, you've got chaos. That's what that horrible sloppy writing is. This is where it's more complicated, meaning it's known and low change, so low confidence and not a lot of low amount of change and well-known requirements, right? So that's more the complicated realm. The complex realm is right there. And that's where you have more complexity. You've got more variability, less knowns. And then the chaos realm is where a lot of projects tend to sit, unfortunately, where there's a high level of requirements change and also a high level of uncertainty. So the closer you get to that chaos realm, the complex realm in the chaos realm, the more you want adaptive processes. Predictive works very well down here in the complicated space where things are well known. It doesn't work quite as well in the more complex and chaos realms. And that's what we were talking about before.
Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you, Roy. So that segues us into the 2.14, which is the established project governance structure. Now, this word, I mean, in the world of predictive, people just look at it and say, okay, I think governance is not a bad word if governance is a team, agreed upon thing. So in the world of Agile, when we say governance, is that a bad, forbidden word or?
So it's not necessarily a bad, forbidden word, but it can also be seen as a very harsh word. And what I mean by that is that people don't like to be governed, right? It conjures up images of being told what to do. It conjures up images of oversight. And we don't like a lot of oversight in the Agile. We like just enough oversight and finding that fine line of what's appropriate and what's not. So we can still use the word governance, and a lot of organizations do use governance, and that's perfectly fine. But governance should not be viewed as oversight. It shouldn't be command and control, telling people you must do these things. It's more, we are here to help. It's more enablement than it is oversight. So a lot of the things that you want to think about from a governance model is to think about the basic, least offensive things that need to happen in order to protect the organization and protect the project. Now, things like making sure your stakeholders are engaged. What mechanisms are there in place for keeping your stakeholders engaged? Lightweight things like doing a daily or during the during the sprint demo. There's a great way to keep your stakeholders engaged. And maybe it may not be enough. Maybe you need to do quarterly reviews of your roadmaps to make sure we're on the right track. These are all things that could fall into the governance model. But keep them lightweight, keep them simple, try to make it where it's less about the oversight from an organization perspective and far more about how do we help you. That really gets to that part of the escalation paths. We want to be able to escalate quickly and easily without reprisal. Escalation is not a bad thing, it's a good thing. We're asking for help. So our leaders need to be prepared for escalation, and they need to be there to help us fix problems when the team can't. So let's put this in place right now. The first step in an escalation path is to talk to the Scrum Master. The Scrum Master is your first escalation point. And the reason is they're with the team on a daily basis. They understand what's going on because they have firsthand knowledge about the challenge. So they're a great person to take that first level of escalation and take it to the appropriate paths. That may be multiple managers. We don't know. The team may not know who to escalate it to. The Scrum Master should be the expert at knowing who to go to get help. That's very beneficial for the team because it removes impediments faster. Now, what this also means is that the Scrum Master needs to escalate to someone if the team can't fix it. And often, that's going to be leadership. So the job of leadership changes. Instead of telling people what to do, they're there to help remove the impediments that the team can't. That can be very difficult to engage those leaders in that way. They don't always like to take. We've seen some bad behaviors in leaders and stakeholders. We've seen bad behaviors in team members as well, of course. The bad behavior that we've seen probably in leadership is not wanting to take ownership of solving problems. Instead, they like to delegate fast. And that's not what we want to develop in our leaders. We want people that will take ownership and responsibility for removing impediments for the team when the team can't do it themselves. The leadership is the only group of people that can control money. They're the only ones that can go jump into someone's office that's a very senior level and pull them into a situation. The leadership has a very high level of responsibility in solving these problems. Yep, there you go, Phil. Money's a big one. All right, so that's the basic concept with governance. Keep it lightweight. and turn it into more enablement rather than just oversight. Hopefully that makes sense.
Absolutely. That
All
sure
right.
does. So I'm taking a look at our time for velocity purposes, but I think
We're
we can
better.
segue nicely into this same
Yeah,
topic of impediments and
yeah,
issues.
yeah, absolutely. So we talked a little bit about project risks and how to identify them.
Mhm.
But it's also very important to recognize when a risk is no longer a risk, when it's been realized. Now, again, that doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily different from traditional approaches, but hopefully you'll recognize it much earlier. We're doing things in such small increments and building product along the way. In traditional approaches, you may only see it very late in the cycle, maybe in your testing and validation cycles. That's when you might realize that a risk has become an actual issue. Since we're doing things so much earlier and so frequently, those risks expose themselves much earlier, and impediments or issues expose themselves much earlier as well. We'll see them very quickly. Now, impediments also doesn't necessarily mean things like we have server equipment is down or resources are not available, things like that. Impediments can also be bottlenecks in our process, things that slow us down and slow down the overall flow of work across our board and across the team. So we should be recognizing those issues as well and removing the bottlenecks as quickly as possible. It's very normal in more traditional approaches to see a bottleneck or sometimes something where they have to wait for an answer and just say, well, that's fine. I have to wait for an answer. So go start something new. But the challenge is when you start something new, you've just made that bottleneck even worse because now you've got to wait for multiple answers. You've got a whole bunch of stuff that's piling up on the wrong side of that bottleneck. So instead, we want to encourage the teams to aggressively remove the bottlenecks. If you need an answer, go get that answer. Use your Scrum Master to remove the impediment as fast as possible because bottlenecks destroy productivity. So you got to go after them aggressively. Okay. So let's move on a little bit down to that bottom one, which is collaborating with your stakeholders. Often our stakeholders can be a source of a bottleneck as well. Maybe we need answers from our stakeholders. We need information. We need to know, we need a decision, and only our stakeholders are the right ones to give those decisions. If they are not available, that means those decisions will take longer, and that slows down your team. This is another reason that we want to involve our stakeholders. Excuse me, engage them early, engage them often, get them there at the least during the demos, more often as possible, because that way, if we are able to ask questions and get answers faster, the team will be faster. Now, fortunately, we have someone on the team who directly represents our stakeholders, and that's our product owner. So a product owner, again, is a business representative, someone who represents the needs of our customers. Our product owner is someone that we should be able to go to get answers very quickly, and they should be empowered to give those answers. So they shouldn't have to go search for the answer all the time. They should often be able to give them right there on the spot, removing those bottlenecks as quickly as possible. Okay, and hopefully that makes sense. Any questions?
Yeah, it does make sense. We got a question a few weeks ago in our other class from Mohanad. And I just wanted to make sure that we had a wholesome perspective to the product owner, because they could be rather powerful.
Yeah.
But is there ever any overlap? Because in our world, we have the sponsor, we say the sponsor, and sometimes the sponsor and the customer, there's a lot of overlap. Is it fair to say the product owner is anyone in that realm of being the customer? Do you ever have any instances where the product owner is the customer as well?
I have had that. Unfortunately, it's a little bit rare, but I love it when we have a direct customer relationship, someone who's an actual customer. Well, typically, they'd be internal. Very difficult to get direct external customer contact because you might have thousands of customers. So that might be a very difficult thing to get direct end user, especially externals. But I have had situations where it was an actual customer involved as our product owner, and it was awesome. Because these are people that are actually using the product. They understand it extremely well. They know the business. So getting that direct firsthand knowledge is fantastic. I had a great team. And I have a couple minutes for this story, which is perfect. A great segue for this one, Phil. Great story for this one. I was working with a team. It was at a bank, and the product was an application for the human resources organization to onboard new people into the company, to hire people. And this did background or enable or track the background checks and fingerprinting and all that other kind of good stuff. Now, it's a very important application because if the bank allowed someone into the organization that should not be in that company, it doesn't pass background checks or might have a criminal record or things like that. That's a very serious thing. It could cause all kinds of very serious problems, including lawsuits or even maybe jail time, right? Bad stuff can happen. So it was a very important application. So they took it seriously. And so what they did was they took someone who was a supervisor of the people that were doing these background checks and managing the intake of new associates. And they took her off of her regular job as a customer and put her as the product owner directly on the team. This is a person who has direct knowledge, true understanding of the workflow, what the challenges are, what their problems are, and what their real needs are. She was working every single day, 100% of her time as the product owner with the team. And you can imagine the output of that team was astounding. They just flew. They delivered so much product so fast because they didn't have to wait for answers. They had a customer right there who actually knew the answers. And it was beautiful to watch. It's the perfect example of the right person being the product owner, getting that knowledge in the team rather than having to wait on dependencies.
Wow, what a remarkable story.
That was great.
So it doesn't hurt, does it? And I guess, and that's why I told Mohammed, well, you wouldn't call the product owner the customer. That would be a different role.
Yeah.
But you have had this very unique situation, and it's something that one could take and use in the real world, in one's dealings. Yeah,
absolutely. And you're right, Phil. It's not necessarily that the product owner is a customer. They represent the customers. If it's someone who actually uses the product as well, it's a bonus, right? But don't always count on it. Typically, it might be an analyst or someone who has direct relationship with the customers, product management team, people like that. That's more normal. But if you can get someone with direct firsthand knowledge, it's fantastic.
Always a plus. And talking about firsthand knowledge, well, let's talk about knowledge transfer. So being that the retrospective is a kind of a touchy subject, what kind of knowledge would we be transferring for project continuity, do you think?
Yeah, so obviously the things that come out in the retrospective are more internal team kinds of things, how the team works together, best policies to follow or practices to follow. So those are more, to use the word tribal is probably more appropriate. It's more, it's ingrained into the culture of the team, right? It's part of the team in their DNA and their structure. Now there are other things that, of course, that we need to transfer to, perhaps other teams. We'll talk about those in a minute. But some of the things that might come out of those retrospectives, and that doesn't necessarily have to be private, is who does what kind of work within the team. Right? There might be somebody that we view is very technically skilled in a certain area, and that might be the primary person that we use to do certain kinds of work. There also might be someone who's maybe really good at doing analysis or really good at doing testing or something of that nature. So they can assume certain roles, but that still might change, right? And we allow the team to make those decisions, change things up as the team feels is best appropriate. So a lot of those kinds of decisions are very organic within the team. We let the team make those decisions, let them discuss it. They are the ones who, they basically come up with team agreements. And I like to do what I call a team contract. A very lightweight agreement on how we work together, what our general roles and responsibilities are. But keep in mind, the roles and responsibilities are not hard, fixed roles and responsibilities. They're very lightweight. They can change as the needs change, and it's basically everyone helping everybody else out. That's the basic internal kind of structure. Now let's talk about our working environment. The team, again, has a lot of control over that. They may not have total control because they are working perhaps in physical space where they have, the physical requirements of their, where their equipment is, where their desks are, how their place is organized, things like that. But they should have a lot of control in how they organize themselves. It's that self-organizing team. Allow them to figure out the best way to work, the best structure that works for them. Often we do things where they move around. We like people standing up. We like people going to a collaboration space. We like the space to be open. So here's something I'd like to talk about very, very quickly. And that is the concept that is very popular right now in these open space team arrangements. Now, I think organizations have taken them to the extreme, where it's these big, wide open spaces. And I'm sure you've seen them. You may even have them in your organization. They've actually been proven to cause more challenges than what they're worth. So there is a way to do these open space areas that actually work a lot better. We typically organize the teams in pods, so they have the ability to not disturb everybody else around them, a little less chaos. Just a quick one. I walked into an organization and was working with them. They were not a happy group. They were a very depressed group, and they said, "Well, we just went to this open space." And they said, well, I said, show it to me. So they showed me, and the really funny thing is these rows and rows of desks all pointing in the same direction, very sterile with white walls and just awful. Everyone had noise canceling headphones on. So they built these beautiful open space concept, and no one's talking to anyone. It just completely defeated the purpose, and psychologically it was depressing. That's not what we're trying to talk about. And not what we're trying to do. Instead, we want to use a concept that's called commons and caves. So the commons are these pod areas where the teams can work as a group. They can turn around and ask questions. They can hear conversations. It's called osmotic communication. Yeah, Brittany, I get it. They're really distracting. They really need to do them better. So the pod concept is you have slightly higher walls around the pod, but the people within those pods are able to freely communicate with each other. So the commons are those pod spaces. The caves are areas where team members can go to get some focus, right? To get some quiet time, little quiet rooms where they can go in and maybe get a little focus time, have phone calls, things like that. So you really need a combination of those. It can't just be these big open spaces because they've actually proven to cause more harm than they do good. So just watch out for those kinds of things. You may not have a lot of control over that, but just understand that when your teams are reacting a certain way, it might also be a challenge with their space, not just a challenge with the work that they're doing. Okay. All right, now let's move real quickly into knowledge transfers. So one concept with transferring, it's typically when you're transferring knowledge from a team, building the thing, a project team, to perhaps a production support team. One concept is don't do that. A concept that we encourage in Agile, it's not the only way to do it, but it's encouraged, is to have the same people who are building the product to also support the product. Now, there's some psychological advantage to this in that if the same people are responsible for supporting the product that are building it, then they might actually build it a little bit better, a little higher quality, because they don't want to be the ones that get called in the middle of the night to fix it. So it gives lots of psychological advantage to make them the same team. And what we typically do is we'll carve out a little bit of time every sprint for the team to do production support and things like that to support the product. Now, other than that, if you need to have separate teams do the work, and it's an acceptable model as well, you're going to have a heavier reliance on documentation. You're going to have to do knowledge transfers just like you traditionally would. You're going to be building more documentation. And you need to make sure that you're building the right documentation and the right handoffs in order for that support team to work it. We prefer to use living documentation whenever possible, things that are updated frequently, because traditional standard documentation becomes obsolete very quickly. And those are just some basic concepts. Okay. All right. Let's move on to our last slide. We got about a minute left, which is perfect for this discussion. All right. So here's the cool thing about closing out an Agile project. It's easy. It's really easy. And one of the reasons is, let's take lessons learned. We're doing lessons learned throughout the entire project. You can do a final lessons learned if you want to, or you can just kind of aggregate the lessons that were learned across the projects as it was. The other advantage, if you're building stable teams, the team is not being torn down. So those lessons from the previous work are going to continue into the next project as well. So shutting down is very, very easy. Now, a lot of this is going to be contextual to your organization. There might be some certain closeout things that you need to do, certain documentation, closeout steps, but it should be as lightweight and easy as possible. This is a very small fraction of an agile project. If all of this stuff is being updated along the way, so updating at the end should be a trivial endeavor. That is our goal. Not a lot of artifacts to create. They should have already been created along the way. Make sure we can just put stories on the backlog or a task for each story to create these documents. Should be an incredibly lightweight, very thin slice of the overall project time. Hopefully that makes sense. Oh, actually, one thing I do want to throw out there, which will be the last thought on this slide, is that's the first element here about determining criteria to close the project. One of the cool things that we can do in Agile is we can actually shut down a project early, and we like doing that. And what the reason is that we may have delivered enough product to be valuable to our customers that we've decided there's no value in continuing this project. We're only delivering low value things which aren't bringing a lot of value to our customers. So maybe the right thing to do is stop and spend the money elsewhere where it would give us higher value. And that's one of the great things that we can do with an Agile. We encourage terminating projects. It's a good thing.
That's a really, really happy final note in that
right?
In the world of predictive, we just blindly have to finish all of our requirements and stuff. But do those things live anywhere? Those backlog items that ended up not being done? Is there any process for shelving those, or?
They can certainly continue to exist. Remember, we have more of a product focus than a project focus, and the backlog is product focused. So they could live in the product backlog and maybe get picked up again someday at some time in the future. If they're important enough, they will get prioritized and move up the list, and they'll be executed when is the appropriate time. They could be part of the production support or small enhancement backlog as well, things that happen after the fact for lower cost kinds of situations. But there's really no reason to archive them, move them off anywhere else. They can exist in the same product backlogs that they always did. You don't have to move anything anywhere. It's very, very simple.
So the way we talk about, closing out the project, doing all the lessons learned, and it's not like that in the world of Agile, because it seems like those lessons learned, they are kind of through osmotic communication, like transferred, right?
Exactly. Then you think about it this way, what we're really doing is all of those closeout activities, we're doing them throughout the project, not at the end. So little tiny increments of closeout are happening every single sprint. That means that closeout at the end should be a trivial effort. Very, very simple stuff to do.
Well, thanks, Roy. Well, my friends, we have come to the end of this very exciting adventure. We have covered the people piece, we've covered the business piece, and now we've covered the process piece. So you guys have a very holistic view of Agile from our expert, our guru, Roy. But it's not the end of the journey, because when Roy is done with his next adventure, we will be pinging Roy again to go deeper. This is like the tip of the iceberg. So Roy, any final concluding remarks for us?
Sure thing. Absolutely. So the first thing I want everyone to remember, Agile is nothing to be anxious about. It's another tool in your toolbox, and you don't have to do all of the practices to gain some benefit. Pick the tools that make sense for you. Even if you continue on traditional projects, that's fantastic, but pick things out of this that could be useful for you. It's just another tool in the toolbox. My suggestion is go continue reading, experiment, try, have some really good early failures. Failures are awesome. Enjoy those failures, learn from them, and just have fun. That's all we want you to do, is have fun.
Thank you, Roy. All right. Well, that's it for now. We will let you guys know when we want to do this again. But for now, I guess your next steps are to go back and chew the cud and listen to what Roy has said over and over again. I'm going to do that. And I would highly recommend you go through, multiple cycles of review. So you got another, 80 days to go through it again, or however many days, just do that. All right. Thank you very much, Roy. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks,
And
everyone.
thank you, students. Take care. All right. Well, welcome, welcome. We're back with my awesome coach, Roy, who is going to be taking us through the world of Agile, and your friend Phil, that has whatever is left of his voice. And we're just talking to our students here who have been enjoying the session. And we had a word with Rochelle, and I was telling Roy about my rant about Agile, about the confusionists. I call them cons, confusionists, and I've got a name for them anyway. But anyway, because when you talk about Agile, Roy, tell us the honest truth about what you've seen. Have you seen people that pretend to be Agile, but there's something different?
All the time. It's that Agile in name only kind of situation where they're doing daily stand-ups, and maybe they're doing sprint planning, and that means we're doing Agile. And but they're still doing all of the waterfall traditional phased approach and all of the significant planning up front, which really kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very common thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. And one of the things about me, I just hate pretense. If you're still waterfall, just be honest.
Yep.
Don't call it what it's not, or don't try to create some sort of bizarre looking thing that is not Agile, because Absolutely. The manifesto is being dragged in the mud by these people. But anyway, before I go on another tangent, let's talk to a couple more students. So Johanny just joined us today, and Brittany was here last week. So let's talk to Brittany first. Brittany, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to unmute you so that we can talk to you. All right. Are you there, Brittany?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. How you doing? And how are you enjoying the Agile course that Roy's delivering to us?
I'm good. I found it really interesting. I'm brand new to Agile at all. So this is really knowledgeable for me.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And Johanny, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Hi, how are you guys?
Hi there.
Hi. So I am also very new to Agile. I've heard the Kanban, the manifesto, but I am not fully immersed, and I would love to understand more about Agile, especially
Absolutely.
for my PMP certification. So today is my very first session.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Well, Roy, let's jump into it. So where were we last week? I'm relying on your expertise to guide us through this terrain of Agile. Some folks are scared of this, and other people think they got it, but they ain't got it. So where were we last week? Where did we end?
So last week we talked about Scrum, the basic framework. And we also talked a little bit about Kanban, the two most widely forms of Agile that are adopted. And I'm hoping that last week we're starting to get an understanding that it's not something to be afraid of. There's nothing that you should be concerned about. It's so let's back up and let's talk a little bit about the fear. Why are organizations and why are people so afraid of it? First, obviously, it's different. It is very, very, very different, and that always causes a little bit of anxiety. Some other reasons is that often organizations and people that are doing this feel that maybe it's a lack of control. Maybe that Agile is chaotic, and we're going to lose control because we say some crazy things like decentralizing decision making, and we don't need management in a team, things like that. But a lot of it, there's so many mechanisms, built-in risk mitigation factors, and it's such a transparent process. It is exceedingly difficult for people to hide and to do the wrong things. And that's really kind of the key is let's reduce the anxiety because we've got all kinds of really good stuff in there to help make sure people are making good decisions. And here's the other thing that we want to start encouraging in organizations and in ourselves as well. We want to encourage that concept or that belief that experimentation is good, right? Everything we do is an experiment. So we're going to try something that we believe is the right thing to work on. And we're going to get to the end of whatever it is in a very short amount of time. And we're going to discover, was it the right thing or not? And if it's not, we will change right there. Right?
Exactly. So, yeah. Can you speak to this misconception, Roy, that, some people think if you're Agile, you have to be 100% Scrum and no other Agile flavor. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, that's so. Let me be very blunt. That's utter nonsense. So that's actually that's so we have what we call a category of smells, things that don't smell all that great. Right? That's one of them. So if we have an organization that says, everyone must do Scrum, then I would suggest that they haven't really understood the mindset and philosophy of Agile. It's supposed to be very, very flexible. It's supposed to be a situation where you can choose what makes the most sense for your specific context. Because here's an issue. So the Kanban and Scrum, we should have learned a little bit last week about some of the major differences. One of the big differences is that in Scrum, you're doing these iterations and you're time boxing. And the expectation is that within that small, perhaps 2-week time box, we're encouraging scope to not change within that 2-week time box. Well, there's some situations where that's not possible. Imagine if you're doing infrastructure rollouts or operations, you don't know what you're working out tomorrow, let alone 2 weeks from now. So trying to put in a framework that insists, or at least strongly encourages some control within that 2-week period of time, it's not going to work in every situation, right? So we should be flexible. So don't let your organizations do that. Every team should have the right to choose the process that makes the most sense.
That's really helpful to clarify. And I just want to speak to one of the comments that came in from a couple of our students. You have absolutely nothing to be afraid of because you got two of the very best. When it comes to Agile and Scrum and stuff like that, I take a backseat because this dude right here, he got it down pat. He's been to places where some of us would never even eventually get to because he's just like that. He's explored the terrain. Some of us may not get that far. He has been there. So there ain't nothing to be afraid of. All the Agile that you need for this test, Roy is going to break it down for us. Okay. And that's why I am extremely confident that you're in good hands. So there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, very kind. And I think it's important for us to not be too concerned about it, right? It's the Agile framework really is actually very straightforward. It is very simple. Do the materials, take the class, listen to what we're talking about, have some good discussions, ask questions, and you're gonna be okay. So hang in there, you'll be fine.
Cool. So I'm curious, Roy, can you give us some on-the-spot checks to make sure that our friends are thinking about what we talked about last week, including me? I'm always learning from you. Are in the right frame of mind regarding, I guess, the 101 that you showed us last week?
Mm-hmm. So maybe some pop quiz kind of questions. Is that what we're looking for? Yeah, let's do this. All right. So I'm gonna start off with a hard one. And see what you can figure out here. So let's talk about Scrum for a second. So there are a number of meetings in the Scrum framework. Not too many of them. There's actually only 5 meetings total in the entire Scrum framework. So can anyone type in the chat window, or I don't know, microphone enabled, but let us know, what are some of the meetings that we have in the Scrum framework? What are your thoughts?
So think about a timeline, my friends.
Yeah. What's the first meeting? Why don't we start there? What's the first meeting that you would have within a sprint? And I kind of gave you a little stand up. There you go, Rochelle. Very well done. Sprint meeting. So close, really close. Daily stand-ups, backlog refinement, retrospective, sprint plan. There you go. That's the one exactly. So the planning events are the sprint planning, the daily stand-up, the backlog refinement. There's one meeting that everybody missed. Anybody know what that one is?
Where you demo, is it?
The demo, exactly, the sprint review. So the sprint review is where we demo our working product to get feedback, and then the final meeting is the retrospective. Exactly, well done, awesome. Okay, so let's talk about this one. So there are 3 artifacts. And I didn't necessarily tell you what those artifacts were, but you should be able to figure out what those artifacts are. Only 3, they're actually really simple. And I'll give you a hint to give you an idea of what we're talking about with artifacts. So I'll give you one of them, right? So one of the artifacts, hey, Mahadan, you got it. Dude, that's awesome. The product backlog, that is the one I was going to give you too. So that is one of the artifacts. There are 2 artifacts remaining. Anybody know what they are?
Think about running at top speed and looking back, right?
There you go.
Know. I'm guessing it's a subset of a subset of the product backlog, the sprint backlog.
There you go. You're going in the right direction. Absolutely. So I'll give you a little hint. We take a subset of the product backlog and we create a list, another kind of backlog during sprint planning. What do you think we would call a backlog that's for the sprint?
So it's not this, because we just said sprint backlog. It's not that.
So there's the product backlog and the sprint backlog.
Those are sprint backlog.
You're right. You got it. So it's product backlog, sprint backlog. So I'll tell you what the third one is, because this one's a little bit strange. We wouldn't expect this very much. The third artifact is actually the working product itself. It's the potentially shippable piece of product that we're generating. We consider that an artifact. Because if it's what we consider, it's a measure of progress, right? So in Agile, we view we're either done or we're not done. It's a very binary decision. So the three artifacts in Scrum are the product backlog, the sprint backlog, and finally the potentially shippable increment, the piece of product built. All right.
We learn every day. That is definitely a new concept. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking of the burn down chart, but that's not.
Yeah. So those are technically they're considered kind of like a fourth artifact. Absolutely. So it is another type of artifact that we use. But if you read the Scrum guide, there are really only three artifacts.
Yeah.
PMI does include the burn charts as additional artifacts though. So good point. Absolutely.
That is good to know, because I noticed, talking about that, the Scrum guide, I noticed that Ken and Jeff,
yep,
a little bit conservative in how much stuff they put in there.
Yeah.
Like there's no epics. I didn't see epics in there. I didn't see a few things defined. I'm like, oh, I didn't see MVP there either. I'm like, okay.
Not at all. So that's actually very, very intentional. And if you haven't had an opportunity to read it, and this is for the rest of the group, strongly recommend. I'm going to type in the link to where you can find the Scrum guide if you haven't read it yet. Scrumguides.org. There you go. So it's free PDF, and then they've got like 50 different languages that you can download it from, which is very helpful. Mm-hmm. So the Scrum guide is kind of it's the framework. It's the description of how Scrum works, the artifacts, the basic process, and things like that, and the roles. We're going to talk about the roles in a second, or refresh what those roles are. And the Scrum guide is actually really small. I'm sure most of you are reading, since it's this kind of class, most of you are reading the PMBOK. And we know how big the PMBOK is, right? I think it's over 500 pages now?
Yeah, 756.
So it's well over 500 pages. Wow, that's impressive. So it's getting thicker and thicker every year, isn't it? So the Scrum guide is the polar opposite of that. It's about 18 pages. Wow. I'm going to let that one sink in for a second. Right? It's only 18 pages. Yeah, and that is exceedingly intentional, right? We don't want it to be big. We want it to stay very small and lightweight. And the reason is, you think about it this way. If you think about traditional processes, waterfall processes, they're generally viewed as, here's everything you could possibly do. And then the intent is that you tailor down, right? You remove things that are not necessary for you. And that's very normal. And Agile, we take the different approach that we're going to give you the absolute bare bones minimum framework that will work for you. And then we're going to expect you to tailor up. So you add complexity only when you recognize that you need that complexity. So it's a different approach. Choose which makes the most sense for you, of course. But the idea is keep it simple, keep it lightweight. Don't put a lot of process overhead. We rely. So here's something else about Agile, which we'll talk about at some point in time as well, is that we rely very heavily on people being adults. What a concept, right? We expect our team members to be adults and do their jobs, and we shouldn't have to drive them. So we rely on that. We rely on the people aspect of the process. But we still have some really good risk mitigation techniques in the meantime as well. So when you get a chance, go read the Scrum Guide. It's really easy, very straightforward stuff. And it's lightweight. If you can't remember 18 pages, then then you're gonna have trouble with a PMBOK, right?
That is a really good point about the people piece you raised, Roy, because I'm wondering, is there like a holy grail to the people and psychological aspects of Scrum and Agile that one can tap into a book on it? What do you
Yeah,
recommend?
so there are lots of good books on it, so let's talk about the people aspect for a minute. So it's a really good segue, Phil. Thank you. So the people aspect, as I mentioned, we rely very heavily on the people. In fact, it's one of the values in the Agile Manifesto, and that is individuals and interactions over processes and tools. So we do value the processes and tools. Scrum is a kind of process, and there are lots and lots of tools out there that we make use of. But what we really care about more, what makes everything work, are the people doing the work and how they interact with each other. We really expect a heavy level of collaboration. We encourage face-to-face whenever possible. So there's a lot of collaboration that goes on in the process. We encourage that. And not just collaboration within the team, but also collaboration directly with our customers. We want to talk to the people asking for things because they're the ones who know what they want, or should know what they want, even though, we know they don't always know what they want. But at least by talking with them, we can kind of discover it. That's kind of the goal. So we rely very heavily on that. And the other aspect of it is, again, as I mentioned, we do rely on people being adults, doing their jobs, and hire well, make sure that we have people that are motivated, and certainly also give them an environment where they can stay motivated. So because, you know how it works. We can hire people that really want to do the job, but if the environment is not very good, it really squashes people. And we really want to try to build up that environment where they can do great things. Now, the intent with this, if we have people that are motivated, do a great job, then leadership can leave them alone. Leadership doesn't need to drive them. Leadership can then do what leadership should be doing, and that is to support the team in their efforts to get their work done. We should never have a situation where people need to be driven. And I can be sure everyone on this call has had situations where people needed to be driven, right? And that's a real problem because that shouldn't happen. And if it is happening, then we have a deeper problem. It's not the process that's the problem. It's then we've got some behavioral issues, and we need to dive in and go fix those. So in the Agile space, we put a very significant amount of effort into managing the psychological, behavioral welfare, the social structures that we put in place for the teams. The Scrum Master needs to be kind of an expert in the social skills, in the soft skills. We rely on them more on the soft skills than we do for their knowledge of the practices. Both are important, but imagine if you have a team they're just not motivated. They just don't want to do their jobs, or we have one person on the team that's not behaving well as a team member. So we really want to get in there and fix those social interactions and get rid of conflict, or at least encourage healthy conflict. That's a good thing. But we really want to focus on those kinds of things. So the Agile Retrospectives book has some of that behavior, because a lot of those kinds of things we want to talk about them in our retrospectives. So there's some there you go, the Agile Retrospectives book. It's got some discussions about that. There's some good work that's done by shoot. I'm trying to think of her name now. Drawing a complete and total blank. What I'll do though is I'll have a list of books for kind of the social behavior. So for our next session, so we can put it in the chat window and make sure everybody gets a list of those books. And I'll try to find some good free PDFs and things like that for the group as well.
Oh, that would be awesome. Can I just do a very quick spot check, Roy? Because I know, I just sense people being jittery about certain stuff. But here we are with PMI's content outline for the PMP exam. And I'm just curious, from an Agile perspective, how do we manage conflict? Do we rely on team members to sort their conflict out themselves? Or does it espouse the dogma that, the project manager, well, there's no project manager in Scrum, but in Agile worlds, people still use the term project manager. First and foremost, is that a legit term to use in Agile, or what are the alternative terms?
Phil, that's a great question, and I get that all the time. And a lot of that is there's obviously going to be fear. There's a lot of project managers in the world, and so they have huge investments in the PMP, things like that, and we don't want to lose that. So in the Agile community, I'm sure you'll read it on the internet. There is no such role as Agile project manager in the Agile space. That does not in any way mean that we don't need project management. We need it still. So the way we treat project management in the Agile space is that it's more of a role. sometimes the team or scrum master or someone on the team can take the role of project manager if it's a not so complex situation. If it's really simple stuff, you may not necessarily need a project manager. I think that's kind of common sense. But if there's more complexity, especially when you're starting to scale multiple teams together, that adds a lot more complexity to your environment. And that's where we'd say it's still a role of project manager, but we would most likely want to have somebody dedicated to that role because there is so much complexity. So
Gotcha.
there is technically no such thing as an agile project manager, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't need project management skills. So I just want to lay that fear is that there's the things that you learn from the PMBOK are useful. We don't throw all that stuff out, right? So we want to bring those kinds of things into play, even in the Agile community. Again, I really want you to not worry about Agile taking, replacing all of your jobs. That's not the goal in any way. Not at all. We still need project managers, still need project management. But let's talk about that first one. That's about managing conflict. So there are many cases where we don't have a project manager, but let me back up just a little bit. So let me talk about, again, I think we talked about it the last session, a little bit of the difference between project manager and the Scrum Master, right? The Scrum Master is a role that's in the Scrum framework, and we typically have someone that plays the same basic role in Kanban as well. And the purpose of the person is less about project management. It's actually very little about project management, and much more about working with the team to improve their psychological well-being, the social structure of the team, making sure, the way I like to say it is making sure they have the best day possible, right? That's what we want the Scrum Master to be focusing on the people aspect as well as the process aspect. Now, project managers tend to focus more on the project, right? And that's what project managers should be focusing on. And they should not have to be focusing on driving people on a daily basis. We're kind of, the way I view it is that Agile helps project managers get back to what they're supposed to be doing. And that's managing projects, right? So, project managers are focusing typically on budgets and report outs and stakeholder management and, all the things that you would normally do from a project perspective, all valuable stuff. So let's talk about now how management of conflict works in a Scrum team or an Agile team in general. So it's usually more of a Scrum Master responsibility than a project manager responsibility. Scrum Master is people focused, they're team focused. So part of their job would be to get in front of that conflict and to help management de-escalate it, reduce conflict wherever possible, but also sometimes encourage conflict. Right? Sometimes healthy conflict is useful. Diversity of ideas. We want to encourage that. We want to encourage the ability for people to talk and disagree. That's very, very useful. But then also have the skills to be able to bring those disagreements to a healthy result. That's what we're looking for, and that's part of what our Scrum Master should be focusing on. Now, it's really not different how you manage conflict in an Agile space as you would in any other space. It's the same social skills that you need, the same soft skills you need. There are the different stages of conflict, all the way from two people just talking about having a minor disagreement, all the way to world war, right? And those are some of the stages of conflict. And basically, what you want to do is the more that conflict escalates, you need to bring different techniques into play to help reduce that conflict and make sure that we're building a good, healthy, stable team that doesn't hate each other. I mean, these people need to be able to trust each other at a very deep level. And that's another aspect of managing conflict as well, is it's not just resolving conflict, but it's also building an environment where people feel comfortable that conflict can happen. And that requires a great deal of trust. So a Scrum Master is going to spend a lot of time, especially in the early days of forming a team, they're going to spend a lot of time trying to build up trust. And there's all kinds of different techniques. One of the things I like to do to help build trust faster in a team is to help the team, encourage the team to show vulnerability. If a team member can show vulnerability amongst their other teammates, then, and they don't get made fun of, things like that, then they are going to be able to trust those people that they can say what they need to say, even if it's something that people don't want to hear, and that no one's going to ridicule them or put them down or dismiss them because they said it. They need a team is a social structure, and we wanted to build that trust up very, very quickly. some of the ways that we can introduce vulnerability. One of the things I like to do is have every team member acknowledge something they did wrong, right? Just something that, some mistake they made over the course of a sprint. We usually do a lot of these things in retrospectives, things like that. That's why it's such an important session. And again, as I mentioned in our last session, retrospectives should be done in waterfall projects as well. And imagine if you're building your team and you're also not just focusing on building the product, but you're also focusing on building a great team. The productivity that you get out of it is huge, right? So, if you, in a retrospective, you just have the team admit, or the team members admit one thing they did wrong. Raise their hand and say, okay, so in this sprint, I did this wrong. And, I acknowledge that I did this, and I thank so-and-so for helping me out. And this is what I'm going to do to prevent it in the future. So you've acknowledged you did something wrong. You've acknowledged that somebody helped you. You've acknowledged that you're going to do something about it and not do it next time. So those are all very powerful things to help build up trust in a team. And that really helps us also, as I said, in managing or even preventing negative conflict. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah. This is very refreshing. I must tell you, Roy, it's very, very refreshing because, in the world of PMP, we talk about conflict resolution more in I want to say robotic, but it's very it's very like, here are the theories to how you do it. So we've got smoothing, avoiding, and even though some of those things might be used in this world, it is not robotically disseminated. It's more of we're dealing with humans, and here's some fluid, easy, dynamic things to do. And then number 2, which is, it makes you laugh, really, because in the world of Agile, it's an oxymoron. So can you speak to task 2?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk about, so there are different aspects of leading a team, and let's separate it from managing a team, right? So, and surely we probably all understand the difference between leadership and management. Leadership is more about vision and mission and things of that nature, and management is more about, making the direct management of individuals, right? Where we're telling people what to do, things like that. Now, both are necessary at different times. Even in the Agile space, sometimes those are both very necessary. But we tend to focus more on leadership than we do on management. In fact, we generally discourage having a manager on the team. And let me just pause here for 1 second, Phil, because I noticed that Brittany has a question. Can we have the Scrum and Kanban graphics from last week? Oh yeah, absolutely happy to do that, Brittany. No problem. I can make that available, and Phil, I'll make that available through you if that makes sense for you. So let's finish up and talk about leadership. So we tend to focus more on leadership, and it's not just leadership in the traditional sense of, we have senior people in our organization that are leaders. It's also natural leadership within the team. Right, so we want to encourage that as well. We really want to bring up natural leadership. So let's talk about the more organizational form of leadership, where we're setting vision and mission. It's exceedingly important for us to set a clear vision and mission, because team members need to understand. Remember, we're focusing on the psychological and behavioral aspect more than just producing product. Or we tend to forget about that stuff. If people feel that they are part of something more than just getting a requirement, robotically churning it out, and producing the product, they become engaged. They own it. They will feel responsible. They'll feel like they're part of something bigger than themselves. We want to remember the human aspect of our process. The more engaged people are, especially when you're doing knowledge work and innovation, the more engaged people are, the better the outcome is going to be. And so we spend a lot of time putting together an environment where people can feel motivated. And this is one of them. Imagine if that vision and mission is always available. Everybody knows what it is. Everybody can say what the vision is. And we have somebody on the team that's dedicated to making sure everybody does understand that vision and mission. And that's our product owner. Our product owner is technically kind of a leadership position, leadership within the team anyway, not management. It's a leadership position. And we want to make sure that product owner understands what it is that we're building, and probably more importantly, why we're building it. People like to know why we're doing things. And just think about it from a behavior perspective. Think about it from your own personal perspective. Do you prefer to be told what to do, given a requirement, go off and do it, and not understand the bigger picture? Or would you like to know that you're contributing in some way? Everyone wants to contribute, right? So that's why it's really important to have that. And some of the planning mechanisms, we force that to happen. We make sure that there's a vision, a mission statement. Now, sometimes that can be in a simple form as like in a project charter, something like that. But we really want to focus in the project charters less about what we're building and more about why we're building it, to get that psychological ownership, right? We're trying to build behaviors out of this. Now, we talked a little bit about diversity and inclusion. Sure, a recap video of last week's session. So Phil, I'm sure you can. So Jahani, are you looking for? Oh, Jahani, you're new to the session, aren't you? Is that correct?
Oh, indeed. I didn't even see that. I was so busy looking at the screen. Yes, you will get the recap of last week. Absolutely. Yeah. So it's going to be on Vimeo. So you'll get a link and you can go in and you can take a look at what we discussed. But this is pretty new to this week. So yeah, this is new. So support diversity and inclusion. Is that one of the topics that should I say the agile movement espouses and stresses?
Absolutely. So when we're talking about diversity and inclusion, we're talking about all kinds of diversity, not just cultural backgrounds and race and things like that, which are important for us to do for obvious reasons. We get better product, we get better behaviors, all kinds of good stuff happens from that, but also diversity of ideas and inclusion of differing opinions. That's what we're trying to get to. Cool. Yeah, great. Absolutely. So that's what we're talking about, diversity and inclusion. It's the diversity and inclusion of all aspects of that, right? Imagine if you have a group of people from different backgrounds, different perspectives, different ideas, and we bring that together and we talk things through. That generates some really good innovations and some really creative things can happen with that. So it's valuable for us to have different kinds of people and different ideas and different perspectives. That's why when we're talking about our team also, it's not just that we have a collection of people that are in the same skill set. We want to have people that are in different skill sets. We put people building the product and people validating the product and people that understand the product, defining the product together in the same team so that they are talking about their own perspectives throughout the entire process. And it's extremely valuable to do so, right? Again, human aspect. Let's move on to that next one of the servant leadership. So this may or may not be a new term for some folks on the session today. The concept with servant leadership is that we want to change the role of leadership. Leadership in the past has become more management than leadership, more telling people what to do, and not necessarily saying, "Here's the direction we're going. Now, what do you need from me?" Right? Well, servant leadership is the latter. We want to have leaders that can say, "This is where we're going. And this is why we're doing it. I need you to help me get there. Now, what do you need from me to accomplish that?" So the leadership aspect is setting the clear vision, setting the mission, setting the direction. And the servant aspect is helping the team to achieve your goals as a leader. That's kind of the concept of servant leadership. It doesn't mean you're at the mercy of the team, but if you really think about it from a leadership perspective, they kind of are, right? The leaders aren't actually building the product. They have very little control over that. The people are the ones who are doing it. There we go. Yep. Awesome. Two-way process, empathy. There we go. Oh, wow. We talk about empathy a lot in the Agile space. We encourage empathy. There are techniques like design thinking, where the very first stage in design thinking is empathy, to empathize with your customers and empathize with the people using the product. We want to empathize with the people building the product, right? These are all aspects of this, of good leaders. This is what we're looking for in good leaders, right? Kind of like that catalytic leadership concept, right? Where there are people that are doing things for the right reasons, and they're telling you why we're doing these things, and you can get behind them because they make sense, right? That's what you're looking for, and they understand your challenges as well. So that's really the concept with servant leadership, is that we are leading the team and serving the team for our own objectives, right? That's what we're looking for. All right, so appropriate leadership style, directive and collaborative. So let me say this: sometimes both of them are necessary. right? It's not that we're going to choose one over the other. It's very contextual based on the situation. We might be more directive. We might have to tell people that this is what we have to do. I find that a lot in my own job. I'm a coach, and part of the job of a coach is to help people understand how to do things in an agile perspective, an agile coach. So how to do their job. And sometimes, especially when the team is first forming, they need to be told what to do. They need that, right? They're concerned. They may be afraid. They're confused. So sometimes letting them know that you know what you're doing and say, this is the direction that we're going, this is what we're going to do now, really puts them into a more comfortable place. They get more comfortable with that. It reduces the anxiety. But then over time, you should start thinking about backing away from that style, right? Mm-hmm. Definitely more of a collaborative style where we're asking people for their input and talking with them more. So there's actually a great quote I'd like to use for this one from Steve Jobs. His quote was, "You don't hire smart people and then tell them what to do. You hire smart people so they can tell you what to do."
That is phenomenal.
It's a great quote. And that's what we're trying to encourage here, right? Hire smart people and talk with them, right?
I hadn't heard that one before, That's a very phenomenal quote. I love his quotes.
Yeah. I love using quotes. Yeah.
Yeah. He has a quote that says, management is making people do what you want them to do, but leadership is making people do what they never even imagined they could do. In other words, they blew their own mind because of you, because of what you did to open up their thinking. And to that effect, the Hersey-Blanchard model of, what do they call it? Situational leadership. It pretty much espouses exactly what you said in terms of directional, being directional in your leadership approach is not bad. Some people think, oh, you're being bad if you're directing. No, sometimes you have to direct people. And other times you have to, delegate to people who are mature, who are capable, who can kind of manage it themselves. In fact, they have a model where they show a quadrant, and they have four quadrants that are different things. So I'll just show that for a quick second here.
Great.
Just so that folks can go check it out after. But it's called a situational leadership model. And this is what it looks like. Let's take a look. Right.
I know that Brittany and Mohammed have some questions in the chat window. We'll get to them perhaps after you.
Absolutely. Yeah, cool. So here we go, really quick. So you've got on the right-hand side is really telling, directive. Far right, you can see we've got talking about directive behavior is high when people need a lot of instruction, precision in the work they're doing, and things such as that. But you've also got selling, which is more like coaching.
Yep.
Then you've got participating, which we call collaborative leadership. That's when you bring people together, you join in, you get them to collaborate. And then we have delegating, where you've got a capable person. We call that laissez-faire as well.
Yep.
So all of these, there's a method to why and how you do it. It's either you are being directive or you're being supportive. Some people need a lot of support. They are almost like a leech on you. And that's all right. They're junior. They don't have that much experience. And it's a job where the stakes are high, but they're junior. You may need to spend more time supporting them and have a more participating leadership approach. But those folks in the C-suite, the VP suite, why would you use anything else other than delegating to some of them? Most of them, I would say, hopefully.
Absolutely. And something I like to, it doesn't necessarily directly overlay, but it's the same. You use both of these concepts. So there's something called the change J curve. And I use this a lot as when we're doing agile or transformations, transforming entire organizations. Now you can imagine when, let's say the leadership says, we're going agile, and you've got a large number of people that have been doing their jobs for a long time, a certain way. They've got practices they've been following for a long time. When you put this kind of a change in front of them, it is scary. Some people might think, well, my job is gone. I hear that question a lot, especially with managers, because we're saying we don't need a manager on the team. And the question I usually get, well, is what's my job, right? I'm not telling people what to do anymore. Well, your job changes. It's okay though. Doesn't mean the jobs go away. So the change J curve is basically a way of visualizing what the transition is that people go through. You know, when a change first happens, there's a lot of anxiety, of confusion, and the lack of understanding that's going on. So if you overlay that, you know, the leadership curve that you just put on top of it, you know, there are certain times in that curve where we need to be prescriptive. We need to sell. We need to communicate with the people. Make sure they understand we've got you. We're with you through the entire process. This is why we're doing it. It's really important for us as an organization and for you as individuals. And the idea with the curve is that at the start of a change, not only is there a lot of anxiety, but productivity drops dramatically as a result. So we want to try to, as leaders, we want to try to shorten that J curve, right, as much as possible, so that they get to a point where they are, there it is, exactly. We want to try to get to that integration where we're allowing the change to happen and we're accepting that change. So you can see where those leadership styles can really be beneficial in different points of this change curve. And everyone goes through this differently, right? Every human being goes through it in a different process. Some can get to it pretty quickly, and so others maybe less so. Maybe they stay in that depression mode or frustration mode a lot longer. And those are very non-productive stages that we want to help people get through as quickly as possible. All right. So if it's okay, Phil, I'd like to get to the statements on the chat window real quick.
Sure, let's do it.
Yeah. So Brittany made the statement about big point of Agile is leaders developing other leaders. Absolutely. We want to recognize, and Agile does so let me say it this way. Agile is supposed to do a very good job of recognizing the human aspect. Unfortunately, Agile done poorly doesn't. Agile done poorly tends to think of Agile only as a process. And if you just start doing Scrum, but if you don't pay attention to the human aspect, you're going to be challenged, right? And that's not what we want to do. We do need to pay attention to the human beings on the teams and do things for them, do things the right way. So absolutely, we really do want to pay attention to it. And it's not just leaders developing other leaders. So let me back up just a little bit. So it's a very normal thing for organizations to say that I need a team lead on every team. Because we view that if we have that team lead on the team, everyone has to go to get questions answered. What usually winds up happening when you have a team lead designated as a lead on the team is that instead of answering questions, those leads are directing, right? So they're telling people what to do, or people are, when they have a question or have an idea, they all turn to the lead, deferring all decision-making to that lead. And in the Agile community, we've identified that the team lead is the single biggest impediment to a self-organizing team. We want team members to think for themselves, and if they have a lead on the team, that tends to shut down. So it's not necessarily a bad thing to have a lead on a team, but we want that lead to have the right behaviors, and those behaviors are to be a mentor. We want them to help the team to grow and coach them into being better team members, and not just the psychological aspect, but their skill sets. The team lead is mostly focusing on skill sets. The Scrum Master focuses on process and the people, the social skills. So the team leads, they can be there. That's perfectly all right, but encourage the good behavior. And what we'll find is it's not just leaders developing leaders. We'll see that natural leadership tends to form in the team if you allow them to do it. If you put somebody on the team designated as a lead, the team leadership or the individual leadership never shows itself. So we want to encourage that, because sometimes people will surprise you. I had, just to share a very quick personal experience that I had a number of years ago. I used to be a manager at a large bank, American bank. And I had a pretty good sized organization, about 75 people, somewhere around there. And I had a team member that he really wasn't talking a lot. He was doing his work, but in Agile, it's not just about, producing product. It's also how are you interacting with others. So you could be a really skilled developer, as an example, but if you're not also helping your team members and collaborating well, then that's not necessarily the behaviors you want to encourage. One person on a team can destroy a team, right? So we have to be very careful of that. So I was about to move this person to somewhere else in the organization. I didn't think he was a good fit for my company, for my part of the company, because it's not what I wanted to build. I wanted people that were collaborating. So very fortunately, I had a scrum master that was on that team, and I talked to her about him, and she said, well, can you just wait for a little bit? Just hold off that decision. Give me a little bit of time with him, and let me see if I can mentor him into a role where he's talking more, right? So she worked with him, and he started talking more. She was doing a fantastic job. It turned out that as a manager, a leader separated from the teams, I didn't actually realize that he was one of the most valued team members. He just wasn't showing it. So because I was disconnected from the people aspect, and this was my failure, I didn't recognize that this was a really good team member, and other team members were actually relying on him. But through her coaching, she was able to get him to speak up more and show his successes. And then I learned a huge lesson from that is don't always just go face value with your team members. Talk to them, spend some time with them, and get to know them a little bit better, because you might make some pretty bad mistakes if you don't. So hopefully that helped a little bit, Brittany, with kind of the concept. And Mohammed, I want to get to your question, delegating dirty jobs. So this happens, right? We all have things that we don't want to do. So I'm assuming you're talking about jobs that are just bothersome. You have to do them, but they're just not exciting. Those kinds of things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good, Brittany. It's absolutely things like this are going to happen. They're going to be things that we just have to do. And while we don't like doing them, we have to do it. So what we want to do is we want to actually encourage, instead of assigning work for people, we would encourage people to volunteer to take work. Now, this is a little bit of a mindset change, both for management, leadership, and for the team members. We don't want to tell them what to do. We want to say, here's the stuff that we have to do. Somebody needs to pick this up, right? And then let them volunteer for it. And what will wind up happening is we're kind of relying on the peer pressure of the team, that self-organizing nature of the team. Through peer pressure, the team will likely find a way of kind of spreading out those dirty jobs. Maybe this time, I'll take that job because, I didn't do it last time. Somebody else did it. So I'll take this one and get it out of the way. And you just go off and go do it. And then somebody else might take it next time. But it's a very important aspect of using peer pressure as a behavioral tool. People respond better to their teammates asking for things than they do for their management asking for things. If management is telling them things or asking for things, it seems kind of like, like your parents, right? Where your parents are telling you to do things, you get a little bit internally rebellious. So it doesn't necessarily go as well. That this person is paying you, so you're going to do it anyway. But you tend to not take ownership of it as much if your manager tells you to do something. But if your teammates do, that they're your friends. They're the people that are at your same level and doing the work together. And you count on them and they count on you. So that it encourages a different social behavior. We tend to do things for our peers much faster than we would do them for our management. So that's another psychological aspect of a team that we want to make use of, especially in this area, Mohammed, of, like you said, about delegating the dirty jobs. Have people volunteer. Now, ultimately, if no one volunteers, what I would do is, instead of assigning work, if I was a scrum master on the team, I wouldn't necessarily say, okay, well, Joe, you do it, or whoever, right? Instead, I would say, all right, so we have some behaviors we need to talk about. Let's deal with a root cause issue, that we have people are not volunteering for the things that we just have to do sometimes. So let's talk about what's going on here. So it's more that we focus on that social aspect and behavioral aspect. Hopefully that makes sense.
Absolutely. So, we have a few more things we'll talk about in the weeks to come.
Yep.
But are there any other topics under task 2 before we jump into what you have on the technical side of Agile?
So I think we're pretty good on task 2. We've covered a lot, so I think we're probably good there. Yeah, hopefully actually, you know what? I just saw something right there real fast. Team contract, social contract, reward systems. Just very, very quickly on this. So one of the things that we like to do when we're building a team is we put together team agreements, team working agreements. Very, very useful things to do. It's basically a contract written by the team and for the team. Everyone agrees to it within the team. That talks about how we're going to work together, when our meetings are going to be held, just make sure things like we will show up to meetings on time. we're going to do these kinds of activities in our daily stand-up. We're going to run things this way. We're going to decide how we do work by doing these things. So it's a very high level, simple little contract that says, this is how we as a team are going to work together. A really good example of that is communication. I'm sure you've all had this situation where you go on an email thread and it's pinging back and forth, and it's like 30 pages long at this point, and it probably doesn't even reflect the original subject that it was originally sent for. Well, those kinds of conversations are virtually useless. They're terrible ways of communicating. It doesn't have a lot of good information, just not good to communicate that way. Well, one of the team agreements that I always encourage teams to do is, pick a maximum number of times to allow an email thread to go back and forth. Usually 3 is enough. So 3 times back and forth. If it's more than that, stop the email thread, pick up the phone, call somebody or walk to their desk, whatever it happens to be, talk to them directly and stop the email thread because it's lost its effectiveness. And that way you get through the conversation much faster. It's much richer. You're also building up the relationship better because you have that social interaction, and you shut down those horrible email threads that get forwarded and reply all and all that other kind of nonsense. And it also goes a little bit to reward systems. When we're talking about building agile teams, we tend to think of them as a social structure. So reward systems, performance management, things like that tend to change as well. If you imagine if you're rewarding someone as an individual, it might potentially cause bad team behaviors, such as, I get all of my work done, so I get rewarded for that. But the team fails as a result because you're not helping your other team members. So there needs to be some change in how we evaluate people's performance. It's not just their individual performance, it's how they perform within a team as well. And hopefully that makes sense. Okay, I think we're good on that, Phil.
Very nice. So the whole concept of a self-organizing team is strange to many people in management. Yeah. And hopefully these things you've shared will help us be able to take, these little bits to our teams and begin to give them, treat them like adults, as you said, assume that we're working with adults here. Oh. And then the same thing for support team performance. Mm-hmm. So here, the PMI are posing appraised team member performance against KPIs. Yeah. So in a perfect world of Agile, would that be a team or individual thing, or would it be, let's give a role to like product owner or Scrum? Who does this? Is it the team? Is it individuals? Who?
Yeah, a little bit of all of the above, actually. So we do encourage team members to sort of appraise each other to an extent. Obviously we need to be careful with that because sometimes we can get some bad behaviors if there are some challenges there. But we also, we like to use KPIs. We like to use metrics. We've got a ton of metrics in Agile. And that could be an HR, human resources responsibility. It could be management, because management doesn't go away. We just separate them a little bit from the team. So management is still involved in their performance evaluations, things like that. But we often do things where we have the team kind of evaluate itself and how it's performing. We do surveys. We do team health assessments to see if we're doing good practices and good behaviors. So these are all the things that we do periodically as a team is improving. We check to see, are they improving? Are they not improving? Are they actually getting better, and in what ways? Now, I want to be very, very careful with something, and that is the metrics that we use. There's a lot of metrics, a lot of data that we collect out of this process, a huge amount of data we collect out of this process. And the challenge is that sometimes we use that data the wrong way, and that can cause some very, very negative behaviors. So as an example, I was working with a team, and they were a fantastic team. These folks were really, really good. Developers, testers, analysts, one team working well together. They were good friends. They enjoyed each other's company, and they were producing high quality product like it was crazy. Really good team. Now, there was a challenge though. And the challenge was that the people that were doing the testing, their QA, the quality assurance folks, were from a vendor. And it was an outsourced vendor. In this case, they were from India. And the problem was not that, they were an outsourced organization. The problem was in the contract that they set up with this vendor. They wanted to have some kind of a KPI they could use to see if the people that they had hired were doing a good job. And that's not unusual to see those in contracts, some kind of measurement to say, yes, that it's doing what we want it to do, or these people are the right people. Well, unfortunately, what they chose for this team was the number of defects found. Yeah. So you can imagine, whenever I think about what metrics to use, I try to think about the behaviors that they can cause. How will it be gained? What's in it for the team members to get to have a healthy metric there, right? So the problem that with this case is that this team was working so well together, that the developers and testers were working together from the very beginning. Remember, we're not phases in Agile, right? Day one of the sprint, the developers and testers both have work to do. So it's not the developers build something and then we go build test cases. They're building test cases and working with the developers right at the beginning of the process. So it's very, very different. Well, they were working so closely together. The testers, the QA people, were working with the developers and preventing defects because they were working with them. They were testing on the fly. They were pairing with them to encourage better code and better product. So they were doing a fantastic job. But because they had that metric in place to track the number of defects they found, they were getting in trouble because they weren't finding any defects. They were preventing them from ever happening. So the bad behavior that it encouraged was the team said, look, we know you're getting in trouble. So why don't you just create some silly defects and we'll close them real fast. Just don't make them too severe so we don't get in trouble. And it was useless overhead. It's just bad stuff. So be very, very cautious in the metrics that you choose. There are some good metrics that we can make use of, but we want to just think about the behaviors we're trying to encourage with those metrics. And that'll help drive you toward better metrics. Hopefully that makes sense.
That is a perfect example.
Just awful situation.
Oh, dear. Working collaboratively for the harm of the bigger purpose.
Yep, exactly.
Oh dear. So this topic, Roy, when we talk about, supporting and recognizing team member growth and development, whose job is that? Because a lot of times we say decentralized and self-organizing team. So who takes responsibility for this? Is it in a Scrum world, a Scrum Master, or who would that be in an Agile world?
Yeah, so this is a really good one. And it's also interesting in an Agile space because, as you mentioned, we decentralize a lot of decision-making. Well, we also decentralize a little bit of this as well. The team should be responsible for their own personal growth. Each team member should be responsible for their personal growth. And we actually use a concept here. It's a mindset change that we want to encourage. And this is something we should encourage, whether you're doing Agile or not. We should all encourage this mindset. And that mindset is continuous improvement, always looking to get better. And it comes from, the philosophy comes from the lean world. It's called Kaizen. It's Japanese. It basically means a philosophy of continuous improvement, good change, basically. And it's something that in an Agile world, people take very, very seriously. We're always looking to get better. And now we're not just talking about building better product. We're talking about improving ourselves, improving our skills, improving how we relate to others. So our social behaviors are looking to be improved as well. And other things. So that's really where it kind of starts. It starts with yourself. Again, start with adults, right? And adults want to improve. That's the way we should act. Now, we need more than that, though, because we can only take it so far. So there will be opportunities where the Scrum Master, since they are seeing the larger picture of relationships, the personal relationships between the team members, so they'll focus on how to develop the social skills and perhaps help to recognize when we might be lacking some technical skills as well. So that might become obvious.
So would they make a recommendation, or would they? So there's no "thou shalt do this." Is there?
No, there really isn't. Now, and let's back up a little bit a second. So if we do have to say that might be an indicator that maybe someone's not acting as an adult, right? If we have those behaviors, fix it, right? It's not a good thing to say. We understand this, right? We've all worked with people that need those kinds of things sometimes. It would probably be better if we didn't have to work with them. So let's fix the root problem and cause good behaviors, right? That's what we're looking for. So the Scrum Master might say, hey, we've noticed that, maybe we would improve, maybe we'd get better if we had these skills. We also do something called a skills marketplace. right? And the skills marketplace is something the team puts together where we say, here are the things that we're really good at, and here are the things that we're not good at it and would like to learn. And then they could potentially put together as part of their own agreement that this is how we're going to get better at these things. We might have a situation where one team member has some really good skills in something, but the others don't have that skill set. Well, maybe that highly skilled team member could mentor the others, give them some training, do some internal team kind of growth as well. Now, these are kind of like the ad hoc, internal, self-motivated improvement things. Now, let's talk about the stuff that happens outside of that, right? So yes, the Scrum Master can help, but that's still within the team, and they can encourage those. Now, management still has a place. We're not getting rid of managers. They still have a job to do, but that job changes. And this is something that management often has a hard time understanding. Their job is no longer to tell people what to do, but instead their job is to understand the needs of their team members and help them improve. So it's a different approach. We're not telling people what to do. We're finding out what they need. That's much more valuable when you're thinking about the growth and productivity of your teams. So we would expect from a human resources perspective that our managers would be spending time with their team members, asking them what their needs are, making sure they have the right training in place, the right opportunity to grow your career, all the normal traditional kinds of things. But we're actually, from a manager perspective, we're even more focused on it because people that are improving are better team members, right? Does that make sense, Phil?
Absolutely, it does. So, determine appropriate feedback approach. It seems like feedback should be respectful and it could come from a variety of sources, not just from you giving yourself the feedback, but team members can do it in a sense of respect for each other.
Absolutely. And just to add to that just a little bit, there might be times where we have a team member that's not behaving according to the team norms. We've all worked with people that can be difficult at times. And our goal would be to address those situations. Well, part of the job of the Scrum Master is to recognize when it's happening, and perhaps do some one-to-one and try to encourage and mentor and coach somebody up so that they're providing better behaviors for the team and growing as an individual and growing as a team member. Now, sometimes it doesn't work. We all know those people that are somewhat stubborn and may not want to change. And it might be an appropriate time for a Scrum Master to raise the issue to their management and handle it that way. The Scrum Master is not a manager, so they shouldn't have to be involved with HR situations. Their job should be to identify it, try to reduce it, mentor it, coach it out, and when they can't, then take it to the appropriate people for them to take it to the next step. So those support mechanisms don't go away in an agile environment. In fact, they're even more needed. We want to make sure that we have a place to go when we're having challenges. Absolutely.
That's good. Verify performance improvement. So talking about performance of the team,
absolutely.
Who does that?
And individuals as well, right? So let's talk about this. So there's lots of ways for us to measure if a team is getting better. Lots of good metrics. We can check to see if the team is producing high quality product, or at least that is their quality improving. We tend to look more for trends than for individual data points. So if a team, let's just take quality as an example. If there were quality issues in the product, if the team is starting to produce higher quality, meaning fewer defects, less times where we're causing design challenges or where we have to go back and fix things in a number of different ways, then that team is improving, at least from a quality perspective. So we look at the trend that quality is getting better, right? And we want to use these as indicators for further improvement. So if there is poor quality going on, we're not going to yell and scream at the team. We're going to say, what can we do to get this better? And then watch the trend to see if it is actually improving. We tend to focus, when I'm working on a team, or working with a team rather as a coach, I tend to focus on a few things to help them improve. Usually the first thing I focus on is quality. Quality is something that we can generally control. We can improve the quality of the product. Of course, there are some aspects that might have an impact on quality, like forcing unrealistic timelines. That can have a dramatic impact on quality. So there's some organizational impact that could cause some challenges there. But focusing on quality first, it is something generally the team can control and they can do a better job with. I tend not to focus on speed first. Now we want to make sure we're flipping this upside down a little bit, right? We don't focus on speed first because, again, think of the behaviors that could potentially cause. Focusing on speed would likely reduce quality, likely reduce predictability, and cause perhaps some other very bad behaviors like burning out, overtime, all kinds of other challenges. So that's why I focus on, I'm very specific about how I mature a team. First focus on quality. Then we get to a level of quality that's acceptable. Everybody's happy with it. We don't stay at that quality level. We want that to continue, but we get to a baseline quality that we want to stay at, right? The next thing that we focus on then is predictability. How predictable is this team? Now, if you think about it from a project perspective, predictability is incredibly important to us. I love being able to go to my stakeholders and say, based on our historical information, this is how predictable we are. We can say that it's going to be done by a certain date and be pretty darn predictable and get it done by that date. And let me back up. I think I said this in the first session. If you have an agile team that says we can't give dates, that's not an agile team. Absolutely, you can give dates, right? So just take that one, get rid of that myth. Absolutely get rid of that myth. In fact, in the agile world, we like fixed dates. We prefer fixed dates because it's a time box. We like working in time boxes, right? So yeah, Mahana, absolutely. The burn up charts, burn down charts can be used absolutely for performance improvement. But what we would encourage is for those teams, use those charts internally first. Let them watch their charts and let them see, how they might be able to improve. Those charts are incredibly useful. And for anyone on the call, if you're not familiar with burn down charts and burn up charts, they're an indicator. It's a chart of work completed and work remaining, right? So the burn down shows work remaining, burn up shows work completed. Two very, very useful charts. Excuse me. So the team can use those to improve. We want to be careful that they don't get too far out of the team. We don't want management to step in and misunderstand them, because sometimes you could see something that looks negative on a burn-up chart, and it could have been because of some kind of an organizational impediment. Somebody telling the team to do something that perhaps they shouldn't have been doing. So lots of things can cause that, right? Absolutely. So yes, they can be used. Just be careful with it, right? So the third thing that I like to focus on. So first we focus on quality. Then we focus on predictability so that I can tell my stakeholders, I'm going to deliver a high quality product to you by this date and actually meet the date, right? Oops, I think I just lost my lights here for some reason. We'll go a little bit dark here. It's okay. So those are kinds of the things that we want to focus on. The last thing that we focus on then is finally speed. Speed is very useful. We want to get faster, but if you go there too quickly, you're going to have some challenges and cause some negative behaviors. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense.
So I got quality first.
Yep.
Predictability and speed.
Absolutely.
Nice. Very nice. So this one, number 4, I mean, it looks pretty much intuitive from an agile perspective. Empower team members and stakeholders. So this is what management should be thinking about, right? Or even someone in a traditional project manager role. So
absolutely.
How do we do that?
Yeah, so let's talk about the first one, organizing around team strengths. So it first starts with intentional team member selection. We want to build teams of complementary skills, people that also have the right social skills to work together, and make sure that we are putting people together that are going to be able to produce good quality product together. So that's where it starts, selecting the right people for the team. Now, and the next aspect of it is to empower those teams, to allow them, give them the power, or let them have the power to organize around the work and organize around each other. So here's an example of this. One of the challenges that we have in assigning work to people, it causes all kinds of bad things to happen. One of them is we tend to have that one go-to person that we always go to. And the challenge with that is, and I'm just going to stop my video real quick and change there we go. The challenge that we have with that is that person tends to get overloaded very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And they also don't necessarily share their knowledge, right? So we don't have the opportunity to share knowledge. So by allowing the team to figure out how to do work all by themselves, we're empowering that team to figure out the way to do it and how to improve each other's skills. Sometimes you might have people take on work that they haven't done in the past, and that can be a very useful thing because now they're learning something new, right? So back away. If you're a manager, you back away, let the team figure things out. And you're still watching. It's not like you go away completely and it's a black box where you can't see anything that's going on. You've got the charts, you've got your boards, you see everything that's happening. You can listen in to the meetings, you can attend a sprint review and see how things are going. So they're not invisible. You have a huge amount of visibility to what the team is working on. So just let the team figure things out for themselves, decentralize, and their strengths are going to improve just kind of naturally. All right.
Gotcha. Okay, support team task accountability. So talking about accountability, and we talked about the stand-up meetings and all that, does that trigger, in your opinion, some sort of accountability?
Oh, in a big way. So a few things happen with this kind of a model. And the first is that if we empower the team to decide how to do the work and who's taking on what work, it builds in ownership. We want the psychological ownership. We want to remember these are people, right? These are people, and people behave based on their psyche, the way that they're humans, not machines, right? So if people volunteer for work and take on work, that psychological ownership comes to them. Now they own this thing and feel that they're more responsible for getting their work done. Now, as I mentioned in our first session also, that it's kind of a trust and verify system. So we're going to trust the team to make good decisions, but we also have all the opportunity in the world to verify that they're actually doing it. It starts out with transparency. Now, transparency is putting everything out there, showing everything that's going on, the good stuff, the bad stuff, the really bad stuff. All of that stuff needs to be visible and out in the open, because if you hide bad stuff, it's never going to get better. It's still there. Bad news never got better with age, right? It just never happens. So if you've got bad stuff going on, let's get it visible. Let's get it out there. And that also encourages accountability. Now, there's a flip side to that, though. So transparency is kind of a double-edged sword. We want our teams to be as transparent as possible, but we also need to treat that transparency with respect. Now, what that means is if you have, and you've probably seen this in your careers at some point in time, Mohammed, I see you have a question. We'll get to that in a second because that's a great question. Treat the transparency with respect. So I'm sure you've had a lead that did not treat as well. I had a situation. I was working with a team where it was a bunch of project managers. I felt really bad for them because they would go to their bi-weekly stakeholder meeting, and if they said that anything was other than green, they would get yelled at for 20 minutes. They were being transparent, and more than that, they were asking for help. That was the whole point of giving that status, that this is where we are. We need help to get back to green. So what can you do, leaders, to help us get there? Well, if they were being yelled at, well, then what do you think was going to happen to that transparency? It gets shut down fast. So everything was green, and that particular team had a 150% turnover rate in only 1 year. So they were losing people all over the place, and they didn't have the transparency they needed. So the accountability is both. Transparency is both. We want the team to be as transparent as they can be. Treat it with respect, and they will be more transparent. And that way, you can see what's going on. You don't have to be on top of the team because you see everything. Now, Mohammed, I wanted to get to your question because it's a really important question. And the question is, do we need weekly status meetings when we empower the team? And surprisingly, you don't. And the reason is if you look at the Scrum framework, there's not a single status meeting in that entire process. Now, the reason is, think about it this way. We have our boards where everything that we're working on is visible. We have a time box, so we have a defined time in which we're going to get that work done. On the board, we know what everyone is working on. They have taken ownership. We put a little indicator that says who's working on what work. So we know everything that's going on, who's working on what. We flag the cards, we flag those stories to see if, or that work, when something is going wrong or something is blocked. So it's all visible. What we encourage instead of a status meeting is for management to go to the boards, go look. If the team is being transparent, then everything that you need as a manager, or even as a project manager, is right there on their boards. You can see it. So the value of a status meeting greatly diminishes. There's really not a lot of reason for it. Now, let's just back it up just a little bit though. So there is one meeting that's somewhat close to a status meeting, and that's the sprint review meeting. In the sprint review, that's where we're at the end of the sprint, and we say, here's all the work that we've just finished, and we're going to show it to you. We're going to demo this thing. Well, that's kind of a status. It's basically what we're saying is, this is what we plan to do. Now here it is. We're going to show it to you. And that's a great indicator of where we are with things. And we also talk about what we're going to work on next during that review. So the sprint meetings. So the sprint, good question, Mohammed. So the sprint review meeting happens at the end of every sprint. So if your sprint duration is 2 weeks, you would have that sprint review meeting every 2 weeks. Now that's usually enough, and it kind of fits kind of well into the stakeholder bi-weekly meeting kind of cadence. It kind of feels like the same thing. So it feels rather natural to those doing that are used to more traditional approaches. Just consider the sprint reviews very similar to a bi-weekly stakeholder meeting. Now, on top of that, remember, we do have a daily stand-up. So the daily stand-up is the team's opportunity to look at the work that everybody else on the team is doing. So we know in the team, we're holding ourselves accountable. We're holding our team members accountable. We're working for a common goal of getting the work done that we said we were going to get done. So there's a lot of, by getting rid of these, sometimes getting rid of status meetings is scary, right? It feels like we're losing control. But remember, there are so many built-in mechanisms to manage the work and to see the work, and being transparent. There it is, exactly. Being transparent, that it's really difficult to hide anything that's going wrong. It's just all right there and pretty obvious. So so Mohammed, hopefully that answered your question. And Jahani, that was sorry, I think I got the person that asked that question wrong. Hopefully that helps you as well. It should be a very natural feeling and very transparent. Okay. All right, cool, great.
Cool. And evaluate demonstration of task accountability pretty much continues with that same discussion, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then into determine and bestow levels of decision-making authority. So in Agile, what does the team not do?
Yeah, so this is a really good question. I've got a funny story for this one too. So we want the team to be empowered, and that's obviously an overused word. But what we're saying here, the team should be able to make the decisions that they are capable of making. Now, that does not mean that they're going to set vision for the product, because they're the wrong people to make those decisions. They're not necessarily going to be changing the schedule, because again, they're not necessarily the right people to do that. Now, they have input to that. So you can imagine kind of like a racy kind of chart. We don't do racy charts typically in Agile, but it's kind of behind the scenes we do. So you can understand there's some things that just would not be the right things for them to be deciding. Product vision, too much scope creep. There are little things, yeah, probably, but there should be a level where that's managed, and we don't go too far with that. They're not going to be ordering the backlog, because that's the product owner's job. So it is scoped within the team. We want to make sure that it is scoped appropriately. Now, the funny story with this is I once had a manager that I was talking to, and I told this manager that the team is empowered to make a lot of decisions. They can decide how to do the work, what work to do, or not necessarily, what work to do within the sprint anyway, and who's going to do it, the right way to do it. A lot of power within the team, the right way to communicate with each other. They're making all these decisions all on their own, because again, they're adults, right? So they should be able to make those decisions. And the manager said, "Hey, I have absolutely no problem with the team making any decision they want, as long as it's about lunch." And I just looked at them. It's like, really? That's not exactly what we're talking about with an empowered team. Yes, they can decide to order pizza, but we want it to be a little more. And Mohanad, but bestow is basically like to allow, right? To allow the team to make decisions. So it's basically to give them the opportunity to grant. There you go. Exactly right. Yes, that's the right one. Awesome. So the team should have a certain level, a lot actually, of power to make decisions for themselves. It is going to be very contextual based on the kind of work they're doing, their organization, things like that. But they should be able to decide how to do the work, what work they're working on within the sprint, who is doing that work. Let them decide that all on their own within the scope of what they're trying to accomplish. Hopefully that makes sense.
Cool. All right, let's move this down here to 5.
Absolutely.
Again, my question is always who, but you have kind of explained this already in terms of the growth and development up here.
Yeah.
We take that same mindset, and people need to be accountable for their own growth. And,
absolutely. Absolutely.
And then marketplace, what do you call what's the word again? Marketplace?
The skills marketplace.
Skills marketplace. That's one I've never heard before. That's a really, and it makes sense. It's like bartering or internal trade. It's like a self-uplifting team.
Exactly.
Everything comes from within the team. It's an organism that's doing everything for itself. Why look outside when you've got skills in? Absolutely.
And there's a few other benefits from the skills marketplace. And Jahani, I see you have a question, and we'll get to it in just a moment. Some other benefits. It's also a way of helping to build trust. If you're being honest with your team members and saying, this is what I don't know, the team members will try to organize around that. And they say, well, I know that skill set. Maybe I can help you. We can work together. Next time something like that comes along, why don't we pair? Why don't we work together on it? And maybe that'll teach you something new. And now we've got a team member that has a new skill set. So there's huge value with that. Now, another thing that we can use the skills marketplace for is when we start talking about scaling techniques. Now, scaling is when we have one aspect of scaling is when you have multiple teams working together on the same program or project or product, however you're organizing. So now we've got more complexity. Now you've got multiple teams, and there has to be more coordination across those teams. So it's a little bit more difficult. A lot of the stuff that we talked about is just the individual team. Well, let's talk outside the team for a minute, where we're talking bigger pictures, more program focused things. Well, skills marketplace can be very useful in that it's a way of advertising what the capabilities of that team are. So when work is coming down, when work is being talked about at the program level, we can actually use that skills marketplace to determine which team should be doing a chunk of the work. And sometimes it might surprise you that a team that you didn't think had a skill set actually does have the skill set. Or maybe they're not quite as good at it as another team, but now maybe there's an opportunity for them to learn a little bit and improve themselves by working on something they haven't done as much before. So the skills marketplace has a lot of value, not just to help the team become better and understand what they're lacking, but it also helps manage a program where you can determine better what team should be taking on what work. So a lot of value in that. Now, if it's okay, Phil, I'd like to get to Jahani's question very quickly. So how do you encourage accountability when someone in the team does not follow? Yeah, that happens sometimes, right? Sometimes not everybody exhibits the behaviors that we're looking for. So what we want to do is we want to encourage as much as possible. We want team members to be adults again and to follow good behaviors, but sometimes they don't. So in those cases, we're going to generally turn to the Scrum Master. And the Scrum Master should recognize when those behaviors are happening. And great. Yeah, this is a really good question, right? We turn to our Scrum Master, absolutely. And the Scrum Master, again, should be really, really good in those social skills. The soft skills are what we're looking for, the interpersonal behavior kinds of things. And the Scrum Master can have a one-to-one conversation with that person, take them aside, say, hey, Tim, let's go get a cup of coffee. Let's go talk for a little bit and discuss the challenge. Maybe take that person outside of work. Sometimes that can be very beneficial because in work, people tend to be a little more guarded. If you take them outside work, to a coffee shop or to get lunch or something like that, it's a less guarded environment, a little more casual, a little more relaxed, and you can have better and more open, honest conversations. So the Scrum Master should directly confront these challenges and not let them just stay there. They can't continue. We have to do something about it. And again, your Scrum Master really needs to be the expert in that. So they should have a lot of training in the soft skills. Right? So Jahani, hopefully that makes sense for you.
That is a really great point, and it definitely does clarify things, because some people are inclined to think that the Scrum Master is a little puppy in the corner of the room that just goes to play fetch, but does not.
Yeah, they're kind of like the team psychologist. They're there to help that team. They do have a little bit of teeth too. So if things go the wrong way, they have the responsibility to escalate to management as well. So it's an important role.
Very, very, absolutely. And I'm seeing these bullets that are coming in a row: determine training options based on training needs, allocate resources for training. It still sounds very much marketplace, marketplace driven, like you said. And then measure training outcomes. Again, it's a personal thing, or who does that?
Yeah, so we some of it's personal, absolutely, to see if you feel that you've grown to the level that you need to. And some of it might also be the team. We encourage mentoring and leadership within the team, so the team members help each other out. They work together as a unit. They're a team, not a working group, right? It's not just a group of people working together for, with their own individual assignments. They are working together and trying to help each other become the best team that they can be. So the team spends time making sure that they can help each other out. But there are things that maybe we could do to measure. Maybe there's some metrics we can put in place. Perhaps we can use things like the quality of the code that's being produced, or the quality of the product. What doesn't have to be software, right? Whatever they're building, maybe the quality is improving. So that might help with the training outcomes. The fact that they're able to take on different kinds of work could also potentially be a measure. The level of confidence that they themselves have, the level of confidence their team members have that somebody is able to take on that work. So these are all things that we could potentially factor in. Now, one thing I want to also point out is it's, as we mentioned this a little bit earlier, the team does have a lot of responsibility. Individuals have a lot of responsibility for their own personal growth. But this is also where management can really help out. Often training requires money. So we want to make sure that money is being properly allocated so that the team members can get the training that they need to do their jobs. And that's where management can really step in, because management usually controls the dollars. So if the team feels that they need something, or a team member feels, hey, I could do a lot more if I got this skill set. Or sometimes getting a skill set that's not related to the project work can also have some cultural or some behavioral benefits, because you're improving their careers, right? Things like that. I'm being noticed, I'm being recognized, and they're allowing me to improve myself. And that might create some better capabilities where the team members will not leave, because they have great opportunities to learn new stuff, right? So this is a great opportunity for management. We should feel comfortable raising the concern, saying, hey, we really need to be trained on this, and management should do their best to make sure the team has what they need to become better. Gotcha.
Because even though it's a self-organizing team, they still report into people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Phil, just quickly, Mahan has got a great question. Training options, in-house training, sending the team to other areas, both, right? Whatever training means. It could be internal training. There could be, webinars, whatever training means. It's basically, gaining skill sets. I work with a number of organizations where they do things like once a month, they'll have a community of practice meeting, or every couple of weeks they have a community of practice. And they encourage people to bring new techniques, new skills that they might have learned over the course of since the last time, and showcase their skills. So that's an opportunity for in-house training. There might be things where they bring people in to do some training, or whatever form that takes. Sometimes training does not need to be expensive, right? It doesn't have to be expensive. There are lots of good opportunities. Communities of practice are a great opportunity to learn and teach things internally without going outside the organization and spending a lot of money.
Absolutely. So, Mohammed, thanks for that question. So, just to gauge our velocity,
there you go.
We have about 8 more left.
Sure.
And the plan was to not be too disruptive with this, to at least be able to get it done, in one session. So I will spend, hopefully, not too long asking questions. But maybe you could give us an overview that is, that hits many of them at a go. So building a team on day one of, in the beginning, there was the product owner. Then who else? How does this happen? How does it unfold?
Yeah, we generally want to build a team that has all of the necessary players right from the beginning. We have to remember that they're team members, they're human beings, and it takes time to form a team. So there's a model that you're probably familiar with already, the Tuckman model of forming a team: forming, storming, norming, and performing. Right. The idea with that Tuckman model is every person goes through various stages of learning how to become a team, and every time you add or remove somebody from that team, they have to go through that process again. So they start to go back to the beginning: forming, storming, norming, and performing. Now, there's actually one more stage to the Tuckman model, and it's either known as a journey. There, you got it. You know this inside out, don't you, Phil? You got this. You know what you're talking about. This is why I love working with Phil. He knows this stuff inside out. A journey or morning, exactly. And that's essentially when you take it away. Right. So when they've gone through this, and we break down the team, or we take something where it's kind of like, telling the team that they get free coffee, and then in a few months from now, we're no longer going to give you free coffee. Right. So they tend to go into a little bit of a depression, and they go less productive. So we want to form the team as early as possible and try to resist making changes so that the team can form as quickly as possible. All right, so I'm just going through, I think, team knowledge transfer. I think we covered that one fairly well.
Cool.
Refresh team skills, I think we covered that. Any other thoughts there, Phil? Anything else that we should cover?
Yeah, what you were talking about, the 5 stages, it's very interesting that it's true. When you add someone new to the mix, you start all over again. And, it's a continuous assessment of where are we? How well are we functioning? And, are we back at forming again? Phil's anger issues coming out again. What are we going to do with him? I think we can move to 7. Oh, I love this one. This is all
Me too.
All you.
I love this one. Yeah, absolutely. So this is actually something that is another organizational cultural thing that we want to improve on, and that is building a culture of removing impediments. The team needs to be as effective as possible. And if we don't focus our time on removing the impediments from the team, they will be impeded. That's the whole point of impediments, is to impede. So we need to build that culture where impediments can be removed as possible. Now, some of them might be internal impediments that the team can remove themselves. Those are easy, right? The team can remove those, and they're not that important. However, think about it this way. I'm sure that you've run into this situation. So let's say the team discovers something. They're waiting for an answer, or something has slowed them down or stopped them from doing some work. The natural thing that we do, and this happens a lot in more traditional environments, is to go start something else. We're stopped. I can't do anything. I'm going to go do something else. Well, instead, we want to first encourage aggressively going after that impediment. If someone's not getting you an answer, go get the answer. Right? Find the answer, or do whatever you need to do to resolve that impediment. Impediment resolution first. Go start new work only when necessary. And that might be completely opposite, because guess what? Removing impediments is hard. That's the whole idea, is it's hard to get rid of those impediments. Now, that's what we want to do internally, right? Go after those impediments, aggressively removing those impediments. However, sometimes the team can't do that themselves. So we want to encourage them to escalate, right? So the person that we go to escalate issues is not management. We actually go to the Scrum Master. So we go to our Scrum Master for escalation. They're a primary escalation point. Now, the reason is that we might have to go to 3 different managers in order to resolve something. If the team is handling all of those things and trying to figure out who to go to and setting up all these conversations, it's going to take longer for that team member to resolve them, and they're going to be distracted from doing their work. The Scrum Master, their primary job is to give the team a great day. So if they can remove impediments, or at least facilitate removal of the impediments, their Scrum Master has now improved the lives of the team members. So we should have identified our impediments. aggressively resolved impediments. This is a you know, project management 101 kind of challenge, right? If you have impediments, identify them, remove them. Now, I would also encourage that this is not just an agile concept. This is any project concept. We should be aggressively removing our impediments whenever possible. Now, something that I also like to encourage, and that is, even though we're doing agile, I still encourage doing a risk registry. But the difference, though, is that we want to do something about those risks. It's not good enough to just identify risks. We assess those risks and we take risk mitigation actions. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is that a risk is an impediment waiting to happen. So if a really highly effective team, a high performing team, is very focused on reducing risks as early as possible, so they don't become impediments in the future. That's what we want to get to. That's another cultural change. Go after those risks, mitigate them as quickly as possible, just like you should be doing in waterfall projects. Go after those risks, remove them as quickly as possible, because they will become impediments and they will slow you down. So do them when it's easier, not when it becomes something that blocks you. Okay? So similar to what it says, you know, prioritizing critical impediments. We prioritize everything, right? Work on the most important things first. Do an assessment. You know, what's the cost of this impediment? How much is this holding us up? Can we use Phil as a network to remove impediments? Sure, why not? Phil's really good at that stuff. So yes, you're definitely good. That's really fun.
Dear.
So hopefully that makes sense. You know, so the other aspect of the culture of impediment removal is leadership. Team can't always remove things. Scrum Master can't remove things. Project managers can't always remove things. You need help from leadership. So identify it. Leadership should take on the responsibility of helping the team to remove impediments that the team can't solve themselves. Hopefully that makes sense.
Absolutely. So we've found use for the chickens after all.
There you go. They do have value. Yes, they do.
Oh dear, this is very, very helpful. And for those folks who are really seeking to take the pilot exam, this stuff is absolutely what you need to know. Because Roy, we have some people taking the current exam, and Agile is on the current exam, but not to the degree that it will be in the pilot. These guys are out for blood in the pilot.
Yeah.
So we want to go armed, you know, to fight them. All right. Can we go to 8? Is it safe to go to 8?
Yes, I think so.
And is it safe to let's talk about the I think the 3 questions in the daily stand-up.
Yeah.
So that is an opportunity for people to actually speak up, right?
That is a great point. Thank you for raising that one, Phil. So obviously we have the larger impediments that might come up at any point in time, but a great opportunity to discuss, raise the impediment that we have is the daily stand-up. We meet every single day, literally every day. We have a meeting for 15 minutes. That's all it takes. And this is a great opportunity for a team member to raise their hand and say, I need help. I am blocked. So this is where they can ask for help to remove the impediment, maybe from another team member, maybe from their Scrum Master, and start to escalate the challenge. But there's zero reason to hide. There is zero reason for anyone to say they don't have an impediment. Now, having said that, though, of course, sometimes people feel uncomfortable saying that they're impeded. There might be some fear of retribution, that they might get in trouble. So a good Scrum Master should encourage that view in the team that if you don't raise your hand, that's when we need to talk. That's when we've got a real problem. Raising your hand and asking for help should be celebrated. That's where we want to get to in the daily stand-up.
Cool. Okay. Project agreement. So in my mind, I'm thinking product owner is a mouthpiece for the business, but who negotiates all of this stuff?
Yeah, so some of it is collaborative, right? So the product owner is there to help identify what can be done based on the confines of the team or the structure of the team. So just as an example, so it might be that our stakeholders want a whole bunch of stuff and they want it immediately, or they want it on a timeline that is just unreasonable. And I'm sure none of you have ever experienced that situation where you've had unreasonable stakeholders. So part of the job of the product owner is to show what's possible. Now, the good thing is that we have a lot of data. We have a primary metric called velocity. Now, velocity is a historical reference to how much work the team can do over the course of a sprint, how much stuff we can produce. Now, we have lots of historical data that will make that more realistic, it'll get tighter and tighter as the team stays together. So that velocity becomes more predictable and more accurate. It's a very simple forecasting metric. So if if a team is being asked to do more work than they can, the product owner has that metric, has that data behind them where they can take that to the stakeholders and say, this is what's possible and this is what's not possible. Now, on top of that, there's also something called acceptance criteria, right? So let's talk about how acceptance criteria work. Now, we're going to talk in one of our sessions, we're going to talk about user stories and things like that. Now, user stories have details associated with them, which is called acceptance criteria. And the acceptance criteria this is what it means to be done. It's a description of done for a piece of work. Now, that's really important because that's where you're defining kind of the scope, the boundaries of what work is going to be accomplished. And we do that at the very small level of the user stories, which is a very, very tiny, a little bit of work, like a few days, a couple of weeks at most. But we also have bigger chunks of work called epics. Now, epics are larger chunks of work that can't potentially get done inside of your sprint. Epics should also have acceptance criteria because, again, it defines the scope. It defines the limits to what we're going to produce so that we don't go beyond scope. And this is really important because some people see Agile as perpetual scope creep. And it's not, right? If we're allowing change to happen all the time, then sure, we've got scope creep. Well, the acceptance criteria limits that. We still have boundaries that we put in place so that we don't go beyond that. Yes, Mohamed, you got it. Exactly. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. The collaboration aspect helps us build good, clear acceptance criteria. But even though we built that, there might be a time where we've discovered that acceptance criteria was wrong. There might have been something that was misstated. So we will allow it to change with the negotiation with our collaboration with our customers. Exactly right. So this is why this is really important. The acceptance criteria for the product. We also have a vision statement. We have a roadmap. There's a lot of higher level artifacts that we can produce. The vision statement is essentially similar to a project charter. Same basic thing, what we're building and why. The roadmap is similar to a Gantt chart, only let's call it dumber, right? Doesn't have all of the details as a Gantt chart. It's a very, very high level view of your timeline. And then we have other things. We have our release plan, which is another higher level plan that shows what work we can get done across multiple sprints. And all of these are to help us understand the scope, help us set expectation of what's possible, and encourage our stakeholders to not push the team to do more than they can do. Okay, hopefully that makes sense.
Absolutely, yeah. I was just remembering, for reference sake, those folks who excuse me, have opened up the PMBOK guide to chapter 6.5. You'll see an example of what Roy is talking about. The PMI tried their best. And maybe on a different day, I'll open it so we can critique it and talk about what is there and what is missing. But I'm hoping that they got it all with the product roadmap and everything. Excellent. So can we jump into 9, Roy? Because I'm looking at the time. We've got 12 minutes left, and I'm wondering if we're going to end up touching on everything.
So let me be a little tight, but I think we can make it. We've talked about good stuff. So
okay. So collaborate with stakeholders. Anything else to drop on that? I think we touched on that just now.
I think we touched on that fairly well. Just so we all remember, their main points that we're collaborating with their stakeholders. The stakeholders are engaged with road mapping. They're engaged with visioning and mission statements and things like that because they own that. Our business partners own those high level artifacts. There's also the review meeting that we have every 2 weeks. So that we bring our stakeholders in. That's where we generate new ideas. We get feedback, make sure we're going the right direction. So, and it very importantly, that last statement is about building trust Well, that review meeting is a huge opportunity to build trust for their stakeholders, because what we're essentially saying is, we said we were going to build this. Now we're going to show it to you. So it's not we're 50% done or we're 20% done. It's done. We actually build it. And that's going to do a lot to build trust with our stakeholders.
And that is that like the final review of the whole promise, the entire thing?
So not necessarily. So we're doing little reviews throughout the entire process, right? Certainly every couple of weeks, but we now may not be able to deliver everything in 2 weeks, right? It seems to make sense, right?
Yeah.
So we might have to assemble multiple sprints together, and you can certainly have larger demos. Now, this is not part of the Scrum framework directly.
Okay.
Something called a system demo.
Okay.
Right? Where we have the opportunity of demoing multiple sprints together and show the entire thing. And of course, you've also got your other things, such as perhaps user acceptance testing and things like that you would normally do as part of your development life cycle.
Yeah, but one sprint review would just be that sprint, end of story.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. So number 10, build shared understanding. Is this about the vision, mission, or?
Yeah, a lot of this is about the vision, and it's very useful. That vision is a critical thing. We want to make sure that that's visible. And again, it's very similar to a project charter. It's the same basic thing. Maybe a page or two at most. Keep it really simple. Okay. And this is really setting our goals and objectives. What are we trying to accomplish? Okay. I like to do things to help that shared understanding. Again, the acceptance criteria is very important, because that's an agreement between the team and the product owner or the stakeholders that says, this is what you're asking for, this is what we will build for you. And then we get those little micro adjustments every review where they might be able to change directions a little bit. Now, some things to set some clear expectations on. Sometimes you might have stakeholders that expect the entire product to be built in 2 weeks. So you show the demo and they're coming, well, where's the rest of my product? It was only 2 weeks. So we need to get in front of it, and this is where Scrum Master, project managers can get involved with stakeholder management. Very similar, same basic thing that we do with traditional approaches. Engage your stakeholders, set their expectations. There's that matrix that shows level of influence versus level of involvement. Yeah. Where we show how to manage our stakeholders, right? I'm sure we're all familiar with that stuff. So do that in Agile too. That doesn't go away. We're still dealing with stakeholders.
That's interesting.
Get to set their expectations, right? Manage their expectations so they know what to do.
Cool. All right. So we have number 11, engage and support virtual teams. So how does this pan into the world of Agile? Because we're very co-located and we want to be in the same, so how do we do this?
Yeah. So this can be a real challenge, less so from the geography and more from time zone. So time zone can be a real productivity killer. You've got teams that are 12 hours away, and it can really cause challenges. So find ways of engaging them, using the proper tools, collaboration tools, webcams, use the cameras. See, as we all know, the significant percentage of communication is visual, right? So make sure that we're in people's faces as we possibly can. Stay away from email. Email is terrible. Email is like the worst, right? So stay away from email and try to use, pick up the phone, talk to people. Face-to-face communication can mean a webcam as well. So try to use those forms. Now, some other things, geography, culture. Factor in culture when we're dealing with our team members that are not in the same area that we are. Culturally, things can mean different things to different people. In some culture, it could be viewed as a very negative thing to disagree with someone. And we want to encourage healthy disagreement. And if culturally they feel very uncomfortable disagreeing, then that's something we need to get in front of and help them understand that it is acceptable within our friendship, within our team, and allow that disagreement to happen naturally, right? Otherwise, we don't talk about the important stuff, right? We need to have that to happen. Yep. So Mahan, just real quick, Mahan, does this relate individual interaction over system and processes, systems and tools? Yes, exactly. It's the people doing the work, right? We focus a lot on the people rather than just the processes. Team member engagements. So something that you might think about. The biggest challenge that we have with virtual teams is daily stand-up. That's usually the biggest problem we have, largely because of the time zone. It's difficult to find time where we can actually meet with people. So there might be some opportunities where perhaps we form teams geographically. Maybe, groups of people can stay together in one geographical location and the rest of the team is in another geographical location. Factor in where people exist in the world and try to form teams geographically as well. There might be opportunities where we can form an entire team geographically. I have situations where we built teams in India. They had their own scrum master, everything, rather than trying to divide them in half and causing all kinds of challenges. Another thing that can be effective with a time zone challenge, perhaps we can do something where we can find people that can be between those two time zones. So like an analyst, maybe like let's add an extreme example, the US and perhaps the East Coast US and India as an example, Asia. Two extreme time zones. Well, I found it very effective to perhaps find a location in perhaps the UK or in Europe where we can have some analysts that kind of straddle the two time zones and give us more opportunity to talk to each other. Do things that can build teams, even when they're virtual. Do fun things over the line. Do recordings. Tell jokes. I had one team where we had a group in India and a group in the US, and each group in that team decided to cook some food. And they showed what food they were eating. It was one of the things we did in the retrospective to share some of the cultural aspects and become more of a team. So have some fun and be very specific and very intentional about dealing with cultural issues and geography issues, and try to use the camera as often as possible. It's going to help out a lot.
Awesome. Okay, let us jump into the next thing here, which is define team ground rules. So you talked about team contract and all that stuff. Would it fall in here in some way?
Yes, absolutely. I think we skipped ahead a little bit and actually talked about a lot of this. I tend to do that. I got to go all over the place when discussion takes us to the right place. Absolutely. Establish team ground rules. And that'll be things like, when to have your meetings, how to run the meetings, showing up on time, what happens if you don't show up on time. All those cultural norms that make sure the team is behaving correctly and follow the ground rules. That's what we're looking for there. The team.
Gotcha. Okay. We got a couple left, so it seems like we are not doing too badly. The mentoring. Who is mentoring who?
Yeah, mentoring stakeholders. So again, related to stakeholder management. There are opportunities, there are times when our stakeholders may not understand Agile. They may not want Agile. They might view it as chaos and the wrong thing to do. So they're going to need some education. So this is where project managers and scrum masters can really help the teams out by teaching, mentoring our stakeholders in the process and how they can get the information that they need. Recognize there's opportunities. So when you might see times when a stakeholder is behaving incorrectly or expecting the same kind of status and output that you would in a traditional project. Happens a lot. So show them what's possible. Ask them what their real needs are. What are they trying to get to? One of the things I like to do is use something that comes from Lean called the 5 whys, right? Get to the root cause. Find out what they're trying to accomplish, what their needs are, what the challenges are. And then we can show them how that happens in an Agile environment. It's different. It's not better or worse. It's different. So encourage them, don't expect traditional metrics and traditional output and status in an Agile environment. It would actually be harmful. So use the right tools for the right situation.
Gotcha. That is very, very helpful. Okay. All right. The last one, promote team performance through the application of EI, emotional intelligence. Yeah. And people often say it's not just understanding yourself, but understanding other people and understanding their emotions and being able to, control them to some degree.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, Phil, it starts with self-awareness. Understand your own body language, your own reactions, and try to take your perspective out of the picture sometimes and listen. Listening is hard. It's really very hard. There's just very, very quickly, there are the 3 levels of listening that I like to try to practice. The first level is what we all do. And that is we're local listening. And basically what that means is as someone is talking, we tend to try to solve their problem and we're not really listening to what they're saying. The next level of listening is called focused listening. And that's where we're just listening. We're not solving. We're trying to keep our own thought process out of the picture, and we're just listening to what they're saying. Don't solve while they're talking. The final level of listening is called global listening. And this is really, really hard because not only are we practicing focused listening, we're also looking at the environment. We're seeing what's happening around them and their body language and things like that. Now, I have to constantly practice this. We all fall into the basic pattern of local listening. So try this with a partner, with a friend. Try some focused listening. Tune out your own thoughts and just listen to what they're saying. It's insanely difficult to do it, but you'll become a much better listener when you do.
That is so helpful. That is a really, really nice one. It describes a term, the number one, the local listening. It describes a term known as shift response, where instead of you like being supportive to the listener, you're shifting the attention away to you and, thinking about what you're going to say or what you're going to do. I've been there before. Well, let me throw this in next time and all that kind of stuff. But this is interesting. I've never seen it broken down in these 3 levels. So the last one, could you talk a little bit more about the global listening one? So observing the environment, is it how the people are bodily like interacting from a physical standpoint?
Exactly. How they're interacting physically, the noise level, the light level, the physical environment that someone is in as they're talking, that has an impact on their own emotional status. So seeing not just the person, or not listening to not just their words, but paying attention to the things that are going around the person or they're happening around the person as well. Their body language obviously is huge, right? If their arms are crossed, or if they're looking up to the left a lot, things like that. Those are all indicators of challenges. Looking up to the left means that they're thinking very seriously about something. Looking up to the right typically means they're trying to be creative. So you can tell a lot by just a very simple little body language and understanding what they're doing. And it's difficult. It's really, really difficult. So practice, and you will continually fall back to your own local.
That is extremely illuminating, Roy. Thank you very much. For those of you who are watching us after the fact, we are at the top of our hour and then some, but I wanted to let you know who has been speaking to you for these past couple of hours. This is Roy, 30 years of experience in IT across many industries. I have been to company sites, to clients with Roy. The way he handles them and trains them and mentors them and shows them the way. One of the most patient trainers ever. Like watching Roy train, I began to question myself. I began to say, Phil, are you sure you know the meaning of patience? So look, if you're looking for agile training, Scrum training, you want your company's minds to be just open and blown into how great this stuff we're talking about is, you need to be calling Roy. All right. So that's pretty much for today, but I know our friends may have some questions. Are there any final questions before we call it a day? Because I know we've kept you a little bit over. Questions or concerns? All right, Roy, it seems like it's a home run. Any closing remarks?
Now, I want to thank everyone for your time. Sorry, went just a few minutes over, but once I get into this, I hope you can see the passion. This is such an important topic to me. I love talking about the individuals, the people involved in the process. That's where the meat is. That's the good stuff.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, and we'll see you again in the next episode.
Sounds great. Thanks, everyone.
Bye. All right. Well, welcome. We're back with my awesome coach, Roy, who is going to be taking us through the world of Agile, and your friend Phil that has whatever is left of his voice. And we're just talking to our students here who have been enjoying the session. And we had a word with Rochelle, and I was telling Roy about my rant about Agile, about the confusionists. I call them confusionists, and I've got a name for them anyway. But anyway, because when you talk about Agile, Roy, tell us the honest truth about what you've seen. Have you seen people that pretend to be agile, but there's something different?
All the time. It's that agile in name only kind of situation where they they're doing daily stand-ups, and maybe they're doing sprint planning, and that means we're doing agile. And but they're still doing all of the waterfall traditional phased approach and all of the significant planning up front, which really kind of defeats the purpose. So it's a very, very common thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. And one of the things about me, I just hate pretense. If you're still waterfall, just be honest.
Yep.
Don't call it what it's not, or don't try to create some sort of bizarre looking thing that is not agile, because
Absolutely.
the manifesto is being dragged in the mud by these people. But anyway, before I go on another tangent, let's talk to a couple more students. So Johanny just joined us today, and Brittany was here last week. So let's talk to Brittany first. Brittany, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to unmute you so that we can talk to you. All right. Are you there, Brittany?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. How you doing? And how are you enjoying the Agile course that Roy's delivering to us?
I'm good. I found it really interesting. I'm brand new to Agile at all. So this is really knowledgeable for me.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And Johanny, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Hi, how are you guys?
Hi there.
Hi. So I am also very new to Agile. I've heard the Kanban, the Manifesto, but I am not fully immersed, and I would love to understand more about Agile, especially for my PMP certification. So today is my very first session.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Well, Roy, let's jump into it. So where were we last week? I'm relying on your expertise to guide us through this terrain of Agile. Some folks are scared of this, and other people think they got it, but they ain't got it. So where were we last week? Where did we end?
So last week we talked about Scrum, the basic framework. And we also talked a little bit about Kanban, the two most widely forms of Agile that are adopted. And I'm hoping that last week we're starting to get an understanding that it's not something to be afraid of. There's nothing that you should be concerned about. It's so let's back up and let's talk a little bit about the fear. Why are organizations and why are people so afraid of it? First, obviously, it's different. It is very, very, very different, and that always causes a little bit of anxiety. Some other reasons is that often organizations and people that are doing this feel